This is something that me and my family went through, and we'll probably still be dealing with it for a while. I apologize because it's a long story, but I just need to say it from the beginning so you guys can see how things slowly started to unfold. I wanted to get this story out there as a way to relieve myself and also warn other people, especially if they live in Texas. My husband and I have a small business construction company. In the last week of May, we were contacted by a man stating that he had just purchased a house and he wanted to renovate a few things outside the home. We never met with the man in person. Originally, he was just contacting us by text. He informed us that we had permission to go look at the home, take measurements, and whatever else we needed to give him an estimate on the job. When we arrived at the house, it was completely empty, and it still had a for sale sign in the front yard. I remember first thinking that it was weird that the sign didn't have the sold announcement on it like other homes do whenever they've been sold. The sign also caught my attention because of the unusual last name the realtor had. It stuck to me, and this would later on become useful. About a day or so after, we had contacted the man and informed him how much the renovations would be. After a while, he actually called us, negotiated the price, and he asked when we could start. We told him that we had an open schedule and we could start immediately. He said that was great, but that he was out of town at the moment, and he wouldn't be back until the following week. We told him that was fine and that we could do the job and he could just pay us once he arrived. We've done this before with a lot of our clients. This is when things started to get odd. At least that was the feeling that I started getting. He insisted that he would pay us first before we even did the job. He started asking if we took card payment, and if we did, what service we used. He seemed a little too excited and eager to know if we had used or had an online card payment method. I responded by saying that no, we only took cash or checks, and that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. I noticed his tone getting back to normal when I told him this. He said that he understood and that he would be paying with a check. Then he asked if I could email him the job agreement for him to sign and he would be mailing the check to us. I want to point out that this man had a very obvious accent. I had a teacher in high school with the same accent, and he was from South Africa, so I made the assumption that this man was from there too, and had an idea of what he looked like. Once I sent the agreement and he returned it signed, I noticed that he wrote the date differently than how people are accustomed to here. The position of the month and day were backwards. I know that in other countries this is how they write it down, so this just confirmed my more suspicions of him not originally being from here. Shortly after, he then called me telling me that he sent back the agreement and he asked if I had received it. I told him that I did, and that we would just wait for the check to arrive so we can proceed with the job. He then starts telling me all about his personal life, that he had a sick wife in the hospital fighting cancer, and that's why he was out of town with his kids to support her in the treatment. He gets my sympathy, and then he starts asking me out of nowhere if I can do him a big favor. This caught me off guard, but I thought I should at least hear him out and ask what type of favor. Now, because of his accent and how he pronounced some words, I didn't fully understand him, but what I basically understood is that he wanted me to make a payment for him to the real estate company for the closing of the house. He said that he was going to send a check with the amount we agreed on for the job, and in that same check include the money that he needed to pay the realtors. This was very odd to me because this man doesn't know us and we don't know him, so why would he even trust us with his money like that? I mentioned how I didn't feel comfortable handling the money that was not meant for our business, and that he could just mail the check to the realtors just how he's mailing the check to us. He proceeded to brush off my comment and tell me, "No, I'll just send the check to you. Just deposit it and make the payment for me." I reverted back by telling him no, that I'm sorry, but we can't do that. He kept insisting and bringing the topic about his sick wife up again, and also how he's been struggling with her and his kids and couldn't really do anything because of them. I'll admit it, my feelings got the best of me. So I told him the most we could do for him is to send the check addressed to the realtor company, and that we could meet them at the house when we were working on it and then give it to them, or we could leave it around the house for them to pick up. He got upset at this suggestion, then told me, "No, I'll just send the money together addressed to your company and then you can do the payment for me." I again told him how uncomfortable this made me. and he responded back with an obviously annoyed tone saying, "I'ma send the money to you. All you have to do is deposit the check, take the money out, and make the payment for me. I don't see what the problem is here." I didn't like where this conversation was heading, so I just told him I'd have to think about it and I'll let him know. I really just said this to hang up on him and to try and process what this man was wanting me to do. I then called my husband, who is currently working, and I told him what had happened. Well, as you can imagine, he had the same feelings as me about it, and how no one in their right mind would just trust strangers to handle their money. He then joked about what if it's not even the man's house and he's just a scammer. This got us thinking, and he asked me how we could verify if this man actually indeed bought the house. That's when I remembered the realtor sign and her last name. I told my husband I could just Google the house address and then look for the realtor's info. I did exactly that and then called her to explain the situation to her. She was shocked that someone was claiming that they had purchased the house since it was still listed for sale. She said that maybe it was the owner that had contacted us, but that she doesn't have the owner's information and that she would have to speak to her boss about it. She got my information as well as the man's name and then said she'll get back to me. She also thanked me for bringing this to their attention. During my conversation with the realtor, the man had actually called me several times and sent a few texts. What I had noticed about the way this man texted was that when writing the word I, instead of the I being capitalized, it would be lowercase. He would also overspace between words. One time he wrote a word spaced 3 times and then put a comma spaced several times again, then continued writing. This led me to believe that he was probably an older person who wasn't tech savvy, since my dad, who was in his 50s, actually texts in a similar way. I returned his calls and he immediately started saying,
"Okay, so I'm sending you the check for you to do the job and make the payment for me. Expect it in a few days."
He was telling me this like I had agreed to proceed with his plan. I knew that he wasn't going to take no for an answer, so I decided to follow his game, for lack of a better word. But I decided it was going to be done under my own terms, so I told him somewhat of a lie. I explained to him how our company's bank account is very restricted, and that the bank locks the account when transitioning purchases that are not work-related. That I could help him make his payment only if he had sent that money on a separate check addressed to me for my personal account. He obviously enjoyed that I had finally agreed to help him out, and he said that he agreed with what I asked for. He was very happy, and he started throwing praises like "God bless you," "God will reward you for helping me," and things like that. He then texted me basically summarizing what we had just spoken about, telling me how he's going to send one check for the amount we agreed on for the renovations, and then another check with my name in it for the payment. I was shocked at the amount he was going to send on the separate check. He said he was going to make it for $6,700, $6,500 for the payment, and he added an extra $200 for me as gratitude, which was for me agreeing to help him. With my suspicions that this man was wanting me to do something possibly illegal, I shortly after got a call from a number that I didn't recognize, and it turned out to be the owner of the house. She told me how the realtor agency contacting her explaining what I had told them. She asked me who contacted us and what they wanted us to do to her home. I then told her everything from the start, and she told me she had no idea who this man was. She asked me if I could send her all of his information so she could get to the bottom of this. She sounded obviously annoyed, but I couldn't blame her, because if I was in her situation, I too would be concerned about someone doing something to my home as well. I brought my husband up to date with what happened, and he thought this was very strange. He said that we'll just have to wait and see what the owner of the house finds out before we actually do anything. We didn't hear anything from this man for over a week, and we thought that maybe the homeowner had confronted him and perhaps put him in his place. We were very wrong, because after some time this man had contacting us yet again. He was apologizing, saying that he hadn't been able to do anything or contact us regarding the house because his wife had gotten very ill and he was really dealing with her situation. I kind of just followed along with whatever he was telling me, but I knew in my mind that this man was indeed lying to us. He then informed me that he had mailed in the checks already, and that we should expect them the following Monday. I kept the conversation short, and I told him that was fine and that I'll let him know once we received them. I told my husband about it, and he told me to just ignore his calls, and if he indeed sent a check to us, that we would just send it back and not have anything to do with this man anymore. Well, Monday came and he had started texting me saying that the post office had sent him a message saying that the check was supposed to arrive today, and to please call him as soon as we receive it. I ignored his texts and his calls, but all day he just kept on calling. I also noticed that I was also getting calls from 2 different numbers that I hadn't yet seen before, suspecting that it was probably him. I didn't answer the calls and waited to see if they would leave a voicemail. He started to get desperate, or at least that's what I could tell by his text. At some point, one of the 2 unknown numbers had sent me a text as well. The person was stating that it was this man's attorney, and he was asking why I was acting suspicious, and that he and his client have been trying to contact me all day, and that I wasn't responding to them. I kind of laughed it out, and I knew that it was the same man that had originally contacted us just based on how the text was written. Later in the day, I had heard the mailman pass by, and I saw that he was dropping off our mail at our mailbox. I went to retrieve the mail, and I saw that indeed there was an overnight delivery envelope addressed to me. I was going to originally return the envelope with no questions asked, just like my husband had told me. But curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to open the envelope to see what was inside of it. Inside there was a check in there, but there was only one check, and it was the one that was going to be addressed to my name with the total amount that the man wanted me to make the payment for him. I noticed that this check had a distinguished name on it. It was from a law firm office. I decided to Google the law firm's name, and I saw that their office was here in Texas in a small town close to Austin. I decided to contact their office, but they had closed already, and I kept on getting their voicemail. I decided to look for another way to contact them through their website, and I saw that they had an email. I had sent them an email explaining everything that had happened so far with this man, and how I happened to get possession of one of their checks. I also sent them a picture of the check and asked if they had any idea of how this man could have obtained this check from them. I also decided to contact my local police department to explain to the operator my situation, and I asked if there was anything I could do about it. She told me that I could either come in or they could send in one of their officers to me so I could explain everything to them so that there would be an open case on it. I agreed to one of their officers coming out to see me and opening up a case with them. When the police officer arrived, I explained everything to him. I showed him the text messages and emails that we had exchanged with this man. I even showed him a picture of the supposed driver's license that this man sent with the job agreement, which said it was from the state of North Carolina. The officer took a picture of the driver's license and he told me to wait for him while he ran to his patrol car to do a background check on the license. When the officer came back, he was actually laughing under his breath. He said that the ID didn't belong to this man, that it didn't even belong to a man at all, that it was the ID of a woman in North Carolina. When I then showed the officer the check that the man had sent us, he was a bit shocked because the check looked legit. It had a watermark and everything to check for tampering. He confiscated the check, and he said that the police will be contacting the law firm just to see if the check I had obtained was not stolen. The following day, the law firm had contacted me, and they said that yes, that they had been experiencing many frauds with the account the check was listed to, that they had locked access to the account from that specific checkbook. They thanked me, and they said they were very grateful that I brought this to their attention, that if there was anything else that I knew or found out, to please send it to their direction. So for the next few days, I just kept getting more calls from this man from different random numbers. He had also texted me many times and even started emailing me. I had been ignoring him for the past few days until I decided to get to the bottom of this and find out exactly what this man's purpose was. I emailed him back apologizing, making up a story saying that we had gone on a family trip to another country and that we currently didn't have any cell service, that I recently just checked my email and saw that he had been trying to contact us. After a few hours, he responded, saying how we had scared him by not responding to him, but that he was very thankful that I had reached out to him to clear everything up. I told him that we would be returning home on a specific date and that I would call him once I was ready to proceed with everything. He agreed, and he said that he'll just wait to hear from us. So the date arrives that I told him, and I emailed him saying that I was very sorry but that we were having trouble reconnecting our phone service, that our phone company had said that it might take a few days and that I would only be able to contact him through email. A few hours later, he had asked me back asking how I was doing and thanking me for contacting him. He then proceeded by asking if I had cashed the check yet and if the money was in my account already. I lied. I told him yes, that the money was deposited into my account already, and the last time I checked it was already available. He himself saw that I told him the money was available, and he proceeded to ask me 3 more times if I was able to cash in the check, and each time I responded yes, that I was able to cash in the check and the money was already in my account. He responded back by saying that this was wonderful and that he was so thankful that the ex-homeowner of the house that he had just purchased was breathing down his neck and demanding her money. Another obvious lie, since at first he told me that the payment was originally going to be for the realtor company, but now he changed his story saying that the homeowner was the one that was going to get the money. He said that he was so thankful with my help and that I should keep the $700 instead of the original $200, and that I'll just be transferring the $6,000 left. I agreed, and I told him how I was supposed to do the transaction if I had to meet someone to give them the payment. He then asked me if there was a Bitcoin ATM close to me. This is when everything was confirmed that this man was indeed a scammer. I lied to him, and I told him that I think there was one of those Bitcoin ATMs at a nearby gas station. He said that was great, then proceeded by telling that he was going to send a barcode, which was in reality a QR code, and that I'm supposed to go to the Bitcoin ATM and then deposit the $6,000 to that account. I told him okay, and then after that I stopped emailing him. For the next few days I was ignoring this man yet again, but he just kept on insisting and asking if I had made the transaction already. It got so annoying to the point that I emailed him back saying that I knew he was lying since day one, and that I had already informed the police about everything he did, and that the police had confiscated the check and indeed found out it was a stolen one. I also told him that I had given the police the QR code that he had told me to use for the Bitcoin ATM, and that they'll be using that to track down the account. He didn't respond for the next couple of days, and I thought that was the end of it and that I had scared him off. Well, I couldn't have been more wrong. After a few days, the man had originally responded with an email saying that he'll deal with me. I emailed him back saying that I was going to take that as a threat, and then contacted the police yet again, then informed them that he's now threatening me. He responded back saying that the police were not going to be able to help me, that I had really messed with the wrong organization. He said that they were going to come hurt me and my children, and they were going to leave my husband crippled. He then emailed me from another email saying that if I don't deposit $1,000 to the QR code he sends me as a plea to them for our lives, he was going to come to my home and hurt us. He said this was non-negotiable, and if I valued my family's lives, I would do this immediately. Then he messaged me from a third email saying my home is being surveillanced as we speak. The last message I received from him said that my days were numbered. Here's the thing though. When he sent that last message, he didn't even use my name. He made the mistake of writing down another girl's name that starts with the same letter as mine, so this made it really hard to take him seriously. Also, the last emails he sent me weren't even written correctly. Instead of writing an actual message, he wrote the threats on the subject area, which made it even harder to take him seriously. Just to be on the safe side though, I did contact local law enforcement yet again to update them on the case I had opened. They too thought this man was all bark and no bite, so they weren't too worried about the matter. Don't get me wrong. At first reading, those messages did scare me, and I am someone concerned about them, but I feel that it was the last thing this man was trying to do just to see if he could get anything out of me. I haven't heard anything from this man in the last few days since his last email, and hopefully I won't hear from him again. Just in case he does get the audacity to actually come to my home and try and hurt my family, I will be waiting for him armed with no mercy in mind. I'm sorry, but if you come anywhere near my family with malicious intent, expect to get the full rage of a mama bear. Back in 2019, I was still getting used to my new life after relocating from a different country to now living in Canada. I was 19 at the time, working my first job at a hardware store. This part doesn't really matter, but I'm just giving some more info to explain why I did what I did, even though it was really stupid. So it's 8 p.m. and I'm just leaving for work to head home. At the time, I didn't drive yet, so I took one bus to a terminal, waited, and then took another bus to get home. It was winter time at this time, so it was pretty cold. Snow covering everything, making it really difficult to walk. If you've ever experienced a Canadian winter, you know just how much it sucks. Either way, I got my first bus and got off, and then waited at the terminal for the second one. I stayed outside by the platform just because the next bus was only about 10 minutes away. With about 2 minutes left before the bus arrives with me just listening to music, a guy then approaches me trying to talk to me. Things like this have happened before. Normally, someone just wanted to know what time the bus would be arriving, so I would take off my headphones and then listen to what they had to say. It was an older white dude who looked like he was in his late 40s or 50s, and he had an accent that I couldn't really place. It sounded slightly French. He also wasn't really dressed properly for the weather. He had a huge bag on his back and a bicycle beside him. He then goes on to tell me this sob story about how his job had some kind of banking issue, so they couldn't really send him his money for his weekly pay, but that they had paid everyone by check tonight, and with it being so late at this time, he couldn't cash it. I don't remember what reason he gave for why he couldn't. I believe that he said he left his wallet at home so he didn't have access to his ID at the time, but that he really needed this money, and he then pulled out a flip phone showing me a picture of his quote-unquote daughter. He had then asked me where do I bank, and then begs me to cash his check at the ATM. Basically deposited, and the machine will give me the amount that's listed on the check, which would actually come out of my personal bank account, but would then be returned to me once the check is no longer pending in about 3 business days. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just too nice for my own good, or I just felt bad for this guy. The whole time he's telling me that he's shaking because of the cold and he's wiping his nose. He just looked like he needed a break, and I am someone who believes in karma. Now, at this point, my bus now shows up, but the guy is now just begging me, so I just said fuck it. I mean, my bank is only maybe about 10 minutes walk from where I am, and I guess I can catch the next bus, so I told him I'd help. We walk through the snow as this guy keeps talking, trying to be very friendly towards me, keeping the conversation going, talking about his daughter and stuff like that. Now, I'm a guy at about 6 foot, and he was maybe 5'8" at best. I wasn't really scared, but I also had a gut feeling that this was a bad idea, and I was also thinking that I should just turn around and go back to the terminal. But again, me trying to be a nice person, I stuck it out. Well, we had finally made it to the bank, and I had asked the guy to wait outside as I used the ATM, which he agreed to. If it isn't clear yet, the check was fake. So yeah, I cashed a fake check which was worth about $500, but I was a student at the time with a student account, so the max I could get was $400. I explained that to him after I gave him the money, which he gave me a cell number, and he said he'd call me then to meet up another time so he can get the last of his money the next day. If this was legit, I really would have gave him the $100. During the walk though, I did tell the guy though that because of this, I had missed my bus, and after I handed him the money, he did give me $50 for a taxi. We then parted ways after that, but the whole time I'm speed walking back to the terminal and watching over my shoulder just to be safe. Also, while we were walking to the bank, I did get a chance to message a family member who I was living with, and I told them if I didn't make it home that night to call the police, that or assume that something bad has happened to me. The rest of the night was pretty uncomfortable for me, and the whole experience just left a bad taste in my mouth. I got a taxi and made it home safely. After I explained the story to my uncle, he told me that I got scammed, and that more than likely the check will bounce and look really bad on my account, with like $400 of my own money that'll be gone. And for a broke student, that really hurt to hear after just trying to do something nice for someone, knowing that in a lot of situations, people aren't very kind to each other when they really need it the most. I did make it out of this with no harm, so that's a small price to pay, I guess. Now, after all this happened, a few days later, it really did make me think of how stupid this was and just how wrong it really could have gone. This person took me away from a public area right during the winter, making it hard to walk and to see a bank dead at night with no one around. If he really wanted to rob me or something else while my back was turned to him at the ATM, he really could have, and this could have gone so much worse. The last bit of the story simply goes as follows. I did go to the police station the next day. Funny enough, there was one right across the street from the bus terminal. I gave a statement, and the most interesting part about this is while I was doing that, there was actually another teen with his mom telling the cops a similar story. Only this time he took the other person who tried to help as well to a different bank in the area. So we all shared information hoping it would help. I'm also not sure what the guy's true intentions were, if he was just trying to get money from unaware teenagers or what. The story itself does have, I guess, a happy ending though. About a month later, I got called by the police asking to come in and give a verbal statement, which I did, explaining the story and what the guy looked like. The police officer I had spoke to was really nice, and he told me that they did actually catch the guy, and that if I wanted to take him to court I could, but it's probably not going to be worth it in the long run, and to just be happy that nothing serious happened to me. That, and that I probably didn't want the headache of going through the process to legally try to get this guy to pay me back, which is not wrong. I didn't really have the energy to do all that. So I guess I'll just end the story with this. Regardless of whatever the situation is or the person or people involved are, if something feels off and truly wrong, nope the fuck out of that situation as quickly as possible. Trust your gut instincts. They're telling you something's wrong for a reason. These are not my stories, but stories I have been told. 2 by clients and 1 from a friend. I work for a non-profit charity organization that works with helping the homeless with anything they could need. Showers, food, a mailing address, recovery programs, cab vouchers for appointments and court dates, housing, clothing. You get the point. They have some very scary stories, and they often like to share with others to try and help keep those who are not on the streets off, or those who are not on the road of addiction away from drugs. That being said, sometimes when dealing with addicts and the mentally ill, not everything they say is true. So I'll be careful to only share the stories that I honestly believe to be legit and not made up. I plan to share 3 stories, and if you like them and want more, I have more that I can share. This first story is from a girl who we'll call M for privacy reasons. M thinks it's important to share that she did not grow up in a broken home. No large life traumas or neglect. She came from a good middle-class family, and everyone loved each other greatly. Her family did have a zero-tolerance policy for underage drinking and drugs, so Em always told herself she was never going to do drugs and disappoint her parents. She waited until her 21st birthday to have her first drink. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, and that everyone on the streets has a story that got them there. No one is born as trash and destined to be trash. Em's good upbringing and normal life changed when she was 22. Em was in college going into nursing when some friends had invited her to a small house party. Just good food, some drinks, and hanging out. Nothing fancy, nothing illegal. There she met T. Now, T clearly had that bad boy vibe going, and for some reason, Em had found that attractive. He was very different from any man that she had ever met and really enjoyed the change of pace. Better yet, T seemed to like her as well. They began to date soon afterwards, and their relationship moved rather quickly. Em didn't realize the mess she was in until she felt like it was too soon to get out. It started with T wanting to go out to bars and drink more and more. Then it turned to going into house parties before or after the bar just to have more fun and make memories. He would push her to drink. Em never smoked weed, but the longer she was with T, the more he wanted her to smoke. It was always the same argument. I just love you and I want to make good memories with you. Don't you love me? I'll die if you don't love me. Em learned fairly early in the relationship that T did drugs, but he always promised he was good, that it was just for the fun and he wasn't addicted. Then her parents and teachers make the 1 in 10 sound like the every time. Blinded by love, Em believed him. Of course, it wasn't long until T started pushing for Em to try the drugs herself. That is where she drew the line. At first, he was understanding, but as time would go on, he got more and more upset at her denial. After only 4 months of dating, Em had moved in with T. It seemed smart at the time. She loved him and she was going to marry him someday anyway, right? Also, dorm life was expensive, and it made her feel grown up to the women of her man's house. This decision was, and I quote Em on this, the stupidest thing I've ever done in my whole life. What kind of dumbass moves in with a guy she just met after only dating for only 4 months? How stupid. T became more and more controlling and threw tantrums when he didn't get his way. He never wanted her going to school, and he got angry that she wanted a part-time job to start saving to pay for college loans. They began fighting a lot. Em's drinking was getting worse than ever, and her grades were really slipping. One night after a particularly nasty fight, Em had decided to drink herself to sleep. This was the first time that T took a syringe and shot Em up between her toes. She slept so heavily from the alcohol that she didn't even notice. What follows seems to be very hard for Em to talk about, and she's very vague when talking about it. From what I gather, Em thought she was sick and possibly dying from all these weird symptoms that she was having, thinking the marks that kind of hurt between her toes to be athlete's foot or flea bites or something reasonable. She was terrified, and she had somehow convinced herself that she had a brain tumor. It wasn't until she told T that she was going to the ER because she just didn't feel right that he came clean with her. T moved from shooting him up when she was sleeping to then threatening her life and making her sit and watch while he drugged her just so that she could feel the high with him. She dropped out of college, started cutting friends and family out of her life, and hardly even left the house. Her family had an idea of what was going on, but just couldn't get Em to come clean when they did manage to speak to her. She has also hinted at some other things happening, and sometimes would tell me other stuff. But I think I'll leave that out because I'm not really sure and I don't want to share false information. I think if Em wanted this bit shared, she would have been more clear whenever she told the story. Em admits that even to this day, a part of her still loves T, but she understands that it's from the abuse and conditioning. That's how abusive relationships work. T made her feel like she couldn't live without him, that everything was her fault somehow, that if she just did better, then he wouldn't act how he did. The last time that she saw him was the most terrifying night of her life. By now, Em is willingly doing drugs herself because she hated how she felt without them. Only they were out. T kept promising to go get more, but then wouldn't get off his Xbox. Em is not proud of this, but in her desperation to get high, she unplugged his Xbox and started insulting T for first getting her hooked and then letting her suffer without, and that a real man would take better care of his woman, and that maybe she should go to sleep with one of his drug buddies because he'd get her high and treat her right. Well, T did not like this at all. For the first time, T took a swing at Em. She tried to defend herself, but he was just way too strong. After a few punches to the face, he had choked her out. She was sure this is how she would die, murdered by her boyfriend who made her an addict. She woke up in the hospital the next day with doctors telling her that she was lucky to be alive. Apparently, a neighbor walking their dog had heard the yelling and Em's screams and had called the cops. Em was way too scared of him though to press charges, but the police did. Unfortunately, the naive Em, who believed her family would always be there for her, was in for more heartache as she had confessed everything to them and then begged for help. Her parents and siblings all refused to come see her or take her in until she could prove that she was clean and would stay clean. With nowhere else to go and no one left in her life, Em dreaded being discharged from the hospital, but eventually she could no longer stay. She had spent her first night homeless in a back alley behind a nail salon, using some thrown-out rag that she had found in a dumpster to try and cover herself with. I'm happy to report that Em is now clean with a good stable job and her own apartment. She's repaired her relationship with her family and is simply doing amazing now. I couldn't be more proud of her. But her path to recovery was not easy, and life on the streets is brutal. M gave me the okay to share this story so that anyone out there in an abusive relationship might hear it and get help. Get out. Don't wait until your life is in danger, turns you into something you're not, and leaves you homeless. Save yourself now while you can. The second story is from a couple who we'll call J and S. I don't know much about J and S's backstory. They are a married couple in their early 50s, and honestly are just some of the best people you'll ever meet. They're kind to almost everyone and genuinely want to help. S has a bit of a temper and J can be a bit slow to calm his wife down, but what human doesn't have their flaws? I know that they both have a history of drugs, but by the time they came to the program they were already clean and just trying to integrate back into society. But when you don't have access to clean clothing, a shower, a bed to sleep in, and an address, or a great work history, it can really be hard to get a job, work, and get a place to live. Fortunately, they did own a car that they were living out of with their dog that they had rescued out of an abusive situation. In my town, we have a Facebook group dedicated to being a city watch group. You share important information, ask important questions, and try to function as a community to keep the community safe. Or that's what they're supposed to be. The group has pretty much given up all pretenses of caring about keeping the community safe, and instead turned into a self-righteous, oh holier-than-thou mob that despises the homeless. They cheer each other on whenever someone shares a video of them finding where homeless people are around town and harassing them to leave town and calling the cops to report crimes that the individuals didn't do. They spread lies about the workers at my job and try to get us shut down, saying that if we stop helping the homeless, then the homeless would move to other cities and leave our city alone. They even called out a local youth group that volunteered 2 Saturdays over their summer break to come fix up some things around the building for us. Such sweet and helpful kids willing to serve and help others. The Facebook group actually said they were evil children doing the devil's work, and also called them names that a grown adult should never call a child. Well, J and S found themselves victims of this Facebook group. The man who started it all, let's call him Evil Jerk, noticed that J and S were living out of their car and how they were always moving around town, trying to find a place that they could stay for a bit. I don't know much about Evil Jerk other than he's retired, comes from money, and how he likes to snoop around town for content for a stupid Facebook group. So I guess he made J and S his target for some reason. He'd post videos from his phone of him running to the couple and asking why jobless layabouts like them were so cruel to force a dog to live with them. He would try to demand Jay's proof of insurance for driving. He accused them of a lot of terrible things and single-handedly caused some strong PTSD in S. She still jumps and screams if you knock on her car window or whenever she hears glass shattering. They have no proof, but we all know it was Evil Jerk who attacked them at night. They were sleeping in their car when someone at about 2 a.m. wearing all black and face covering started busting out their windows in the car, yelling that people like them should just die, and then ran off when Jay jumped out of the car with one of those heavy-duty flashlights the security guards normally carry. Jay and the dog had minor cuts from the broken glass, but S, who didn't have any shoes on, was very confused waking up to all that. She ended up stepping on a piece of the shattered glass and cut her foot very badly. They did their best, but the cut kept getting infected. Eventually, S had to have 2 toes amputated because the infection had spread so badly. Jay made several police reports, but without proof, there was nothing that could be done. S says she was just thankful that the insurance fixed the windows and paid for the surgery, but that she used to think it was safer to sleep in her car than under a bridge. A week later, Evil Jerk returned to harass them again, this time with police officers claiming them to be child molesters. J and S, still fairly new to the area, didn't realize that the building on the other side of a thin line of trees was a private daycare center, and they had been parked there overnight. There was no real proof of any wrongdoing, and the couple was just asked to move along. The moment our nonprofit started helping them, the Facebook group had us on blast once again, claiming we took in child molesters. The story has a happy ending though. J and S finally have a place of their own as well as jobs and are doing so much better. Their dog is as he always has been, happy, healthy, and well adjusted. S still has PTSD from that night, and I hear that the nightmares have not completely gone away, but she is moving around so much better and learning to not be so jumpy whenever people approach her with their phone in their hand. Unfortunately, Evil Jerk is still out and about harassing those that he deems beneath him, with what I'm starting to believe is his own cult following supporting him all the way. S is still afraid that he'll someday come after her and Jay again, but if they're no longer homeless, I really doubt he will. I don't think he wants to draw attention to the fact that they're a success story, and he only wants to talk about those who fail. I personally find these people who harbor such hatred for their fellow humans to be far scarier than most of my clients. Not all, but most. This third story is about someone I'll call Kid. Warning, this story has attempted sexual assault. Now, Kid wasn't really a kid, but a young adult that had become like a kid brother to me for the short amount of time that I knew him. I didn't meet Kid at my current place of work, but years ago when I helped manage a hotel. As I was talking to clients about their stories, I remembered Kid's. Kid had got some part-time work for a seasonal job that was paying for him to stay in the hotel. It's a pretty common occurrence at this hotel for that particular company to do this. One night he opened up to me, and he told me the first very scary encounter he had after becoming homeless. He was 15 and had just run away from his alcoholic father, tired of the beating and all the crap that came with it. He had no money, no friends, and only one place to go. His aunts who lived 2 states away. He was convinced that he could hitchhike and walk there. A very dumb idea, especially because his aunt didn't even know he was coming. He was afraid that if he talked to her, she would say that she wouldn't take him, but that if he just showed up, she couldn't say no. Looking back, we both agreed that he was dumb for that. His first night on the street wasn't that bad actually. He slept in a park looking up at the stars and actually quite enjoyed it, dreaming of how he could make this work and just live his life as a nomad traveling the world. The second and third nights were a bit more miserable as he was now hungry and uncomfortable in dirty clothing, realizing just how much walking he was going to have to do to reach his aunt. The fourth night was when he truly saw how dangerous living on the streets could be. He had met a few other homeless people that were kind and gave him some tips, but all of them advised him to go back home, telling him that whatever home was like, the streets were worse. That night he had found himself under an old bridge. He had been there for maybe 10 minutes when an old man came limping up to the bridge, yelling that the kid was under his bridge and that he better leave. Well, Kid was one of those charismatic talkers and had tried to befriend the old man. Just when Kid thought he was out of luck and to avoid problems he was going to find a new spot, the old man then said,
"Oh, screw it. Company won't hurt me for one night."
They sat down together and began talking a bit. The old man asked Kid if he smokes weed. Kid did not, to which the old man then said,
"Shit, I thought you'd have some."
Then he asked if Kid smoked cigarettes, which again Kid said no. The old man was clearly becoming agitated, asking if Kid had food or a soda or even money, then finally asking what Kid was good for then. Kid laughed it off and just said he was tired and wanted to get some sleep. He closed his eyes, leaned his head back, and just tried to ignore how uncomfortable he was. Big mistake. He said that he just had this really bad feeling, like some impending doom was upon him. Well, Kid opened his eyes just as the old man tried to shove his gross hand down Kid's pants. The old man was yelling something about how Kid needed to pay for being under his bridge, and then shoved Kid down. Kid fought and fought hard against the surprisingly strong old man, who was just laughing as he tried to keep one hand down Kid's pants and the other fending off Kid's struggles. Kid said the only thing going through his mind was, "Holy crap, I have to get away. This isn't happening. I have to get away." He couldn't even think to cry out for help or say anything at all. He was just in shock that this was actually happening. For a moment, he thought that the old man was too strong and there wasn't going to be any escape from what was about to happen. But finally, Kid was able to make a well-placed kick, getting the old man off of him and then run like hell. At first, he was dead set about going to the police, But technically, being a runaway, he was too afraid that the police would take him back to his father or to juvie. So instead, he just found a new place to settle down for the night. He was too scared to sleep though, feeling like the old man would suddenly appear every time he closed his eyes. He didn't sleep well again for a long time. Kid never made it to his aunt's. Said that he thought about reaching out, but also thought too much time had passed. His dad never even reported him missing. Because he left over summer, he figured that the school probably just assumed that he just went to a different school. And they too never reported him missing. No one was looking for him. He fell into some bad crowds, started using, and had many more bad things happen. He was trying to get his life right now that he was an adult. And he even told me that he had planned to save up, buy a farm, build a house, and then find a wife and raise some kids. I thought it was a good dream. I even promised that if he ever needed a babysitter, I'd be the crazy aunt that he could leave the kiddos with. That made him smile. He said that he was clean now and didn't even smoke cigarettes or have the occasional beer any longer. I was proud of him. Unfortunately, the story does not have a happy ending. One day, he didn't come back to the hotel from work. It was strange, but that often happens with adults. Maybe he met someone. Then he didn't come back for a second night. My coworker and I wondered if we should report him missing, but we decided that we should just give it one more night. The third day, Kid's boss came by to pick up Kid's stuff. Technically, he had paid for the room and was Kid's emergency contact with permission to enter. So we couldn't really tell him no or demand any information, although we wanted to. He cleared out all of Kid's belongings and brought back the room key. That's when he explained that 3 days ago, Kid had gotten into a heated argument with his on-duty manager, punched the guy out, and then stormed off the work site. It was hard to believe. I mean, Kid had always seemed so easygoing and mild-tempered. That night, he was dropped off at the ER by a cabbie, and he had died from an OD in the hospital. They couldn't get him back. Cops were still not sure if it was suicide by OD, or if he had just been clean for so long that he no longer had a tolerance built up. So what he would normally do was just too strong. We kept waiting, but no cop ever showed up to ask questions. I guess they didn't know if he had been acting differently at home or said anything to staff to find out if it was intentional or an accidental death. Kid did often say that he thought about telling his story at high schools as the kind of motivational speaker thing to try and help any 15-year-olds that are like how he was. You know, try and convince them to reach out for help and not end up like him. So I guess I'm sharing his story for him. I don't know what made Kid suddenly snap like that. Maybe I just want to believe the sweet kid I talked to at work and not see the ugly side that a life of drugs and crime can cause even after breaking free of that life. Maybe he was struggling with something that he never shared with me. Whatever it was, I really miss that kid a lot. It breaks my heart that things went the way they did. Guys, if you're going through something, anything at all, reach out. Get help no matter your age or where you live. Take action to save your life before it's too late. Thank you all for listening to these stories. Please remember that everyone has a story that you just haven't heard, so show a bit of kindness to the broken people. But do keep yourself safe. A stranger is still a stranger and capable of anything, no matter their life status. I had to do a long drive across the US to get back home after visiting a friend. I was 19, so naturally I was convinced I was invincible. I'm a female, and I had pulled into a mountain town and it was about 11 p.m. I was super tired, and although I was only 3 hours away from home, I knew it wouldn't be safe to continue driving. And for reference, I'm 5'2". I had plenty of cash on me, so I booked myself in for the night. The motel was really quiet, with only 2 vehicles in the parking area, one of them being a large white van. I know how that sounds, but I didn't think anything of it. I mean, maybe it was the clerk's and he needed it for transporting things. The clerk was male, and I immediately got a sketchy vibe from him. He seemed hell-bent on creeping me out. His idea of making conversation was to say,
"A young girl like you ought to be careful, you know. These trees have witnessed many things around here. Pretty young things disappear all the time."
I know, this sounds like a horror movie, but believe me, that's what it felt like. I think he was prompted to say this because he asked where I was headed, and I was deliberately vague with him. Just saying I was going somewhere important, but that I needed to rest before I continue. He kept pushing, asking if I was traveling alone, to which I just said, "Yeah, it's just me." Then he gave me this ominous warning. He was tall and skinny. He had ginger hair and really dark brown eyes, and he reeked of cigarette smoke. In fact, the whole check-in area stank of it. He told me he would be at the desk if I needed any help, which I thought was a weird way to word it, but I was too tired to dwell on it. I went to my room and made sure that my door was locked and the windows were covered. My room didn't smell bad and nothing seemed weird, that is, until I realized that none of the lights worked. I used my phone as a flashlight and went to the bed, and there were cigarette butts all over it. The pillows were also wrecked. I could see stab marks on them and they looked filthy. Just general grime as if they hadn't been washed in weeks. I realized there were cigarette butts inside the pillows where the stab holes were. I felt incredibly uneasy, but I told myself to not be ridiculous. I mean, there had to be a perfectly reasonable explanation, right? Maybe someone had scratched at them with long fingernails. I tried to reason with myself, but I couldn't ignore that uneasy feeling that I had in my stomach. I pulled the covers back, and the sheet was clean, so I decided to sleep without anything over me. I lay there for probably half an hour, but I couldn't doze off. I felt too on edge and creeped out. Every noise from outside was creeping me out too. I kept telling myself to chill out. It's an unfamiliar environment, but that I can leave after a few hours of rest. Daylight would be here before I knew it. I must have dozed off at some point, but not for very long. I awoke with a start, heart hammering in my chest. The door was being knocked, and I grabbed my phone to check the time. It was like 1:15 a.m., so I hadn't been asleep for very long. I felt uneasy. I mean, who the hell would be knocking at my door at this time? There was no peephole, and I had the curtains drawn so I couldn't see outside, but I was scared to look. Yet I knew that I had to. I got up very cautiously and gripped my phone, ready to use it as a weapon if need be. I moved the curtain and I could see the outline of a tall guy, and I realized it was the clerk. Confused and still feeling on edge, I opened the door slightly. I was still shielding myself so he couldn't burst in. His face was blank and he just looked at me. I said hello, and I looked down at his hand and I realized he was holding a cup. It was one of those takeout coffee cups that you get in cafes. It had a lid on it and I couldn't see what was inside. He held it out to me and he said that he knew I was tired from my trip and that he thought he'd get me some caffeine. I was confused and I didn't answer due to my confusion. He gestured towards me again and I finally just said, "What?" He looked at me and explained that he had got me a coffee because I was tired from my long drive and he thought it would help me. My uneasiness spiked to new levels and I felt a sense of dread creep over me. I told him that was nice, but that I would be fine after a good night's rest, but thank you anyways, and then went to shut the door. He wedged his foot in the door and insisted that I take the drink, that he'd got it specifically for me. I felt really uncomfortable. I'm not stupid, and I don't care if it sounds paranoid. I know better than to accept a drink from a stranger, especially this guy in these circumstances. Instead of insisting on declining though, I decided it would be best to accept it, so I took it cautiously from him. I was afraid he would grab my arm or something, but luckily for me, he didn't. He just smiled at me and it felt sinister. He told me to take it easy before he walked away. As he walked away, I quickly shut the door and locked it again, and I stood at the curtain staring outside. I saw him go over to the white van in the parking lot and then get in the passenger side. I felt sick. I took the lid off the coffee, and only then did I realize it wasn't very hot. I wondered how long it had been sitting for. It wasn't iced. I could smell coffee, but I knew better than to risk taking a sip of it. I wasn't sure what to do. I was afraid to leave in case he ambushed me or followed me. My car wasn't far away, but still. He could follow me in his van if I drove out or run at me. And what if he had other people waiting, watching me? What if he came back later? Surely he knew I'd locked the door, so if he drugged me, he couldn't do anything. I mean, could he? But maybe he had a master key to all the rooms and he could get in despite me locking the door. Or he could smash a window and jump in and get me that way. So many scenarios and questions were running through my head as I peeped out the window. I was way too frightened to go to sleep. I felt like I was in a horror game and this was my safe room. But I knew I had to get out of here and fast. By the grace of God, the bathroom windows were big. The motel rooms were on the ground floor, so I had an idea. I left the coffee on the floor of the main room and I went into the bathroom. I'd looked in there before sleeping, but hadn't paid close attention to the windows. I reckoned I could just about squeeze out of it. It was above the bathtub and not very high. I knew I had to try, and it would take me out to behind the building. I opened it as wide as I could and hoisted myself upwards. I managed to get out, thanks to being short and thin. I landed hands and face first, but it didn't matter. At least I was out of that motel room undetected. I had my phone in my jeans pocket, so it was safe, and thankfully it didn't fall out and smash or anything. I felt like I was in a guerrilla warfare movie or something. I crouched down and crept very slowly to the edge of the building, and I could see into the parking lot. I knew that the clerk still had to be in the van, but of course, it was way too dark to really see anything. It was then that I thought about how he was in the passenger side, meaning someone was behind the wheel. Had they been there when I arrived? Was this all a pre-planned thing? I had to take some deep breaths to calm myself down. I didn't have strong phone service. I could have tried calling the cops, but the signal was just so weak up in these mountains. It was even worse where I stood at the back of the motel area, and I was scared the light would attract unwanted eyes to find me. I hid away behind the motel for a long time. I was way too afraid to move. I knew that I had to time this perfectly or something disastrous could occur. I had to bide my time. It was really bitterly cold outside, and I was shivering, but I had to stand there and wait. I stood for a long time, I don't know how long, until I then heard a noise. I carefully peeked around the side and saw the white van doors then open. The clerk got out with another man who looked pretty similar to him. Both were ginger, tall and skinny. Maybe they were brothers or related in some way. They disappeared out of sight, and I darted out of sight too, petrified. I felt incredibly vulnerable, and my heart was racing in terror. I could hear movement, but I wasn't sure what they were doing. I then heard footsteps approach, and then I heard the clerk then say, "I'll knock." And I then heard knocking on a motel door, and I knew it had to be mine. I could barely breathe, I was so scared. I heard more knocking before another voice then said, "I think it worked." This voice was higher than the clerk's, with an eerie calmness to it, as if they were talking about the weather. I knew in that moment that the coffee had been drugged. I knew it. More knocks proceeded, and I heard the jingle of keys as someone fiddled with them. A sinking feeling came over me. I was right to think it was possible the clerk had some sort of master key that would open the door despite it being locked. I started to panic more though. If they went in and didn't see me, would they check the bathroom? I hadn't shut the window behind me. It was still wide open, so they'd find me. I knew that I had to act now and fast. I couldn't mess this up or I was done for. They were clearly planning something very sinister. I heard 2 sets of footsteps enter the motel room and I darted, refusing to look back. I couldn't hear anything around me except my own heartbeat. I jumped into my car and sped out of that parking lot without darting to look behind me at any point. I was trembling, but I couldn't stop. I knew that I had to drive no matter what. I didn't stop driving until I got home. When I finally got home, I just sat in the living room and I was shaking. It was 5 a.m. and my parents were still asleep. When they woke up, I told them everything that happened and they called the police. I didn't sleep until like 11 a.m. that day, and I had to wake up at 1 p.m. just to make sure I could sleep later that night. The police took me seriously, and they went to the motel that I described, but they didn't find any evidence of wrongdoing. The van was there, but there was nothing inside it. The clerk was there, but he was apparently alone. There was no sign of another man. The coffee was gone, and apparently my motel room bed only had a sheet and nothing else on it. I had begged the police to do something because this guy had clearly had a creepy plan set up for me, but they told me there was nothing else they could do. It's been a few years since all this happened, and it put me off motels for life as well as driving super long distances. I'd much rather stick to getting on a plane to take me wherever I need to go. I feel like the stars aligned for me that night in some ways. I'm lucky I'm short, even though I've always longed to be taller. I'm not sure a taller person would fit through that window. I ignored my instincts a little, but at least I knew something was up and I was on edge enough to be aware. I'm so glad that I didn't drink that coffee. I feel extremely lucky that he didn't insist I drink it in front of him or something. I really hope nothing like this happens to anyone else. My name is Darrell. Many years ago, I used to work night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the season, it wasn't so bad, mostly just families and stuff. We had on-site security then too. However, in the off-season during the winter months, it was different. The cheap weekly rates that we'd offer attracted a lot of creepy people. The idea was supposed to make money in the off-season by renting it to what's known as snowbirds. Old retired people who came to the beach for a month or more through the winter. It didn't always work out that way though. The cheap rates made it possible for a less than desirable element to become long-term residents. I've discovered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical assaults, and much more during the winter months. Working third shift, I would meet some interesting people. The cold weather would mean some homeless people would come in and get warm and grab a cup of free coffee. I wasn't supposed to let them, but it's not in me to be cruel. I would let them grab a coffee and get warm for a minute, as long as they didn't cause trouble. As you can see, night shift in the winter made for some crazy and sometimes creepy stories. I have a lot, but this is the one that stands out because it didn't end well for me. I had a great night up to this point. I had gone up to an indie wrestling show with my best friend before work. In fact, I had agreed to come in an hour early the next night for the young lady that worked the second shift in exchange for her working an hour late for me on this night. So I could enjoy the wrestling show. Ironically enough, I met Terry Funk that night, a wrestling legend known for his hardcore and bloody matches. Little did I know I was about to experience this kind of violence for real. I was supposed to be there at midnight due to her working over an hour for me. I normally came in at 11 p.m. I counted the register, and she briefed me on her shift as to what happened per usual. As she was leaving, my friend, who we'll call Andrew, had pulled up. He worked second shift maintenance at this hotel and the other 2 hotels that our company owned. He would regularly stop by after work and go grab us some food, and we would play World of Warcraft on our laptops after eating for a while since business was so slow. He was just getting my money in order for food and getting ready to leave. I was excitedly telling him about how much fun I had during the wrestling show, and I was showing him my Terry Funk t-shirt that I was so proud of. I was just walking into the back office to put the shirt up when I heard the doorbell, indicating a customer had entered. It's true what they say, not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I had turned around when I heard someone say something loudly, but I still couldn't make out what they had said. I had reached the doorway when I just saw Andrew just fall down in front of me. The next thing I know, a guy walks around the corner and punches me in the head with a short steel pipe in his hand. It staggered me, and I went to one knee. The next thing I know, he hits me in the head with the pipe. The next thing I know, I hear the other guy who I hadn't noticed to this moment say he got away and got a cop. They left out the door. I was finally able to get to my feet. I tried to call the police from the phone in the back office, but it was having issues. I then slammed it in frustration. I was hurting and I was scared. I was really freaking out. I realized that they could come back, so I ran and locked the door. I didn't know where Andrew had gone, and that had worried me. I called 911 about this time, and blood had started pouring down my head. I told the operator that I'd been attacked and that I needed an officer and an ambulance. I then called the other hotel we ran to let the night manager named Travis, who was over all 3 properties, what happened. He thought that I was messing with him at first, because when we got bored we would prank each other. I finally convinced him that I wasn't joking. He was going to lock up and come down. The cops and ambulance pulled up and I opened the door. It was at this time that I found out that after they sucker punched him and knocked him down, Andrew was able to amazingly jump over the desk and escape just as a cop was driving by, which he ran to flag down for help. I ended up in the hospital ER where I had to have 10 staples in my scalp and they gave me morphine for pain. I had no way to get home after being treated, but the doctors and nurses took pity on me and paid for a cab. My plan was to go back to work because this was December and Christmas was coming. I had 3 kids and I needed all the hours I could get. When I got back to the hotel, the guy Ted was there with his wife Barbara, who also worked at the front desk. She was shocked to see me. She thought that I would still be in the hospital. I thought that I had only been hit in the head once after being punched, but the video which Ted was pulling for the police showed a different story. After I went to one knee, the guy had not hit me just one time, but he had hit me a total of 10 times in the head. I kept trying to grab the pipe and get up for some reason. I don't remember that. I guess I was really out on my feet. He kept punching me and hitting me with the pipe. That is until his friends tell him that Andrew got away and went and got the cops. That's when the 2 of them then run out. I was given a room at the other hotel we own, and Ted and Barbara gave me a lift there as I was in no condition to drive due to the morphine. They also gave me a paid week off to heal. They switched me over to the other hotel on night shift for about a month just in case they were after me in particular. We never found out why they chose to attack me. The police thought that it might be a failed strong-arm robbery due to Andrew getting away and me just not going down. It really shook me up though, not knowing. Even though I was at our other hotel, when I came back to work night shift, I was still nervous. Every time the door chimed, I tensed up. I couldn't afford to quit though. As I said, I had 3 kids that I was supporting. They never caught the guys as far as I know. A detective stopped by only about 2 months later when I was working the second shift. He showed me several mugshots and he asked me if any of them looked familiar. I never got a good look at them as it all happened so fast. I had seen the video, which wasn't really the best quality. Even so, the 2 of them looked very familiar, like I had seen them. I pointed them out and he asked me how sure I was, and I told him I was honestly like 85%. He then yelled, and he asked me if I wanted someone to go to jail for attempted murder on 85%. I was stunned into silence. I was the victim here. I was attacked for no reason, and he's now yelling at me like it's my fault that I was too busy being attacked to get a good look at them. I no longer work at that hotel on night shift, but I am glad because it's just way too dangerous in this area. This happened almost a year ago. It was around November of last year, and I was going on a trip to Istanbul, Turkey. But before that, I want to mention that I'm a male from the US, and I've been traveling to certain countries since the last, say, maybe around 5 to 6 years. I normally go to other countries to look at certain cultures and all that stuff. Normally, I travel with my friend who I'll call Alex. Alex and I go to certain countries, mostly around Asia, but one trip wasn't anything good. I told my mom that I was going to Istanbul that time along with Alex, and I went to take a flight there. I'm pretty sure it was a 17-hour flight going there, but when I arrived, I decided to book a hotel along with Alex. It wasn't a cheap hotel, however. Then it was around the second day of my trip, and I went to Taksim Square to a restaurant to eat with Alex. I really couldn't remember what restaurant I was at. It was a very busy day out. When I was still eating though, I had heard something very unusual. It was like a thunder type of noise, but it was like around the distance. It echoed, but it was still loudly drum-fired. I then saw people starting to scream and began running. Alex, who was shaking in fear, then said, "Dude, what the fuck was that? What the fuck's going on?" Then we heard and saw police cars and ambulances driving by. There was an explosion around Istiklal Avenue. It was an apparent bombing that had occurred. I texted my mom that I was okay and that Alex and I weren't in the blast. Later on, we went back to the US. However, we had watched videos of the aftermath of the explosion. Dear God, it was absolutely the most horrible thing to see a bunch of bodies laying in the streets. I won't completely go into full detail on what happened, but it was truly traumatizing. I've heard there's been a controversy on who was truly behind the blast, but the assailant wasn't a man. It was a woman named Alam al-Bashir, who was later caught. Alex and I are absolutely thankful that this didn't happen to us and we didn't get caught in the crossfire. It was absolutely shocking what we witnessed. I still can't believe it happened. My name is Diana, and this happened when I was very young. I was in Cider Point, which is an amusement park in the Lake Erie Peninsula in Sandusky, Ohio. I was on a family vacation with my mom, dad, and younger brother Blaine, who at the time was 5 years old. I don't remember the date exactly of when this incident happened, but I remember it was springtime and we were on night 2 of our 3-day, 2-night stay while visiting a family friend while attending college in the area. I was asleep in one of the queen-size beds with Blaine while our parents were sleeping in the other bed. Suddenly a piercing sound blared and a pre-recorded voice then blurted out, "Fire, leave immediately," in an almost robotic way. The alarm would sound again and the voice would just repeat the same thing, to leave immediately. We leaped out of the bed and then ran out of our room. I have very sensitive hearing, so the alarm was absolutely agony for me, but I powered through. I should also mention that I had an injury to my left leg, so I was limping quickly in my boot with my dad helping me run. As we neared the elevators and the door that lead downstairs to the exit, I had saw a woman in her late 20s, early 30s panicking while trying to call the elevator. I stopped, tapping her back, and then said loudly over the blaring alarm, Ma'am, you can't use the elevator in a fire or you'll get trapped. Go to the stairs, hurry." She looked at me and then back at the elevator's closed doors, as if shocked by her own mistake that could have easily been fatal. She looked back at me, muttering a quick, "Thank you," before fleeing to the stairs. As we started for the stairs again, I felt my bad leg now give out. Dad stopped along with some burly-looking guy. The man looked at my dad and then said, "Need help? I got her legs if you got her front." Dad agreed, and they basically carried me down the stairs like a piece of lumber. We got outside and into our car to wait out whatever was happening, when we then heard Blaine start to wail in fear. Now, Blaine was very into this children's TV show called Teletubbies back then, and he had each of the main characters as plushies. But by far his favorite one of all time for all the years that he loved that show was the red female Teletubby named Poe. Everywhere Blaine went, Poe would go with him. Out of all 4 of his plush Teletubbies, she was his number 1. So Blaine began to wail, "Poe's still in there! Poe's still in there! She's gonna burn up in the fire! I want Poe!" I looked at him and smiled before pulling Poe from inside my bathrobe. "You mean her?" I asked him, showing him his precious friend. He instantly stopped crying, grabbed the plushie out of my hands, and began hugging it tight. I could then hear the pre-recorded voice lines of Poe talking through the plush body. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, and when we went back to the hotel around 4:30 a.m., we overheard the manager say that the cause was a negligent employee not properly extinguishing a cigarette. Apparently, the still smoldering embers of the cigarette had caught something in the garbage can on fire, which had started the chain of events. That employee faced some sort of punishment, but I don't know what. I'm just happy that nobody died in the fire, or it didn't get any worse. Also, I was Blaine's hero for a month and a half for saving Poe, so I guess all's well that ends well. But to the employee that almost caused a serious fire for not properly disposing of the cigarette, I really hope that you quit smoking, or at least that you dispose of it properly, because you really caused a frightening night, but not just for me and my family, but for many others as well. I really hope that you learned your lesson. As a preface, I would like to say this happened when I was a 13 to 14-year-old girl. It also happened in a country in southwestern Europe, my native country, although I don't live there, and it was in a city that wasn't my hometown, but that both my mom and I are familiar with. I'm going to do a little context dump here so that it's clearer of what's going on. My mother used to travel a lot for work when she was young, as she worked selling products all over the country. As a result, she often stayed in certain towns more than once and always went to the same hotels. We aren't particularly well off now, but back in the day she was much poorer, so she stayed in hotels that nowadays could be deemed rather dodgy. The hotel mentioned in this story is one of these aforementioned dodgy hotels. On this particular day, we had been driving all day to get to an airport to go back to the country that my mother and I live in. This airport was very far away from our house in my home country. The reason we chose to travel so far was because the expenses ended up being cheaper than if we traveled from the airport near our house. We drove all day, and my mom decided that we should stop in a town located several kilometers from a famous tourist spot, a town that she had often stayed in when she traveled for work. It was actually also quite a popular spot with the locals and the tourists who wandered astray. We went to the hotel she always used to stay in, and when we went to our room, we saw there was a large window on the wall adjacent to the beds, with a balcony that connected every room on that side of the building on that floor. On the balcony between the rooms, there was a removable separation made of sticks for privacy purposes. I don't know what they're called. As we got ready for bed, we could hear a man's voice and see the smoke of a cigarette as he spoke on the phone. From what I could hear, he was sitting on the balcony next to ours. Now, bear in mind, this was Southern European summer, so at night the temperatures were really warm, and since this hotel was very old, there was no air conditioning. So we kept the balcony door open just a smidge with the curtains drawn wide to let the air come in for ventilation. The heat also meant that under the covers, both me and my mom were naked. I was 13 at the time, so she must have been around 62. I'd fallen asleep, and at approximately 4 a.m., I was woken up by my mom whispering for me to wake up. I move around a lot in my sleep, so when I woke up, I was no longer under the sheets, and I had my back facing the window. In my sleepy fog, I couldn't tell what she was saying, but she kept speaking so I could tell she was saying more than just wake up. As I slowly started coming to, I had heard, "There's a man looking through the window." This jolted me awake, but I was still quite skeptical, as there have been instances of my mom not seeing things very properly. But as I looked to the window myself, I did indeed see the silhouette of the upper body of a man against the early morning summer light peeking above the stick fence, slowly moving closer to the window. He must have been standing on the balcony chair because the fence was almost 2 meters tall. At that point, I remember that we stopped looking at the window, got dressed, got everything together, and left. Since our flight was early morning, it wasn't too much of a fuss to leave that early. We were shaken up for sure, but it now scares me a lot more as an 18-year-old to think of the fact that a grown man was looking into a room with 2 women, one a young girl and the other one quite old, and with an added bonus that we were both asleep and naked. I can already see people coming for my mom and blaming her for leaving the window and curtains open, but you have to understand a few things. She had stayed at this establishment alone so many times from her mid-30s until now, so she felt comfortable and safe. Plus, the stick fence thing had a way of lulling you into a sense of privacy. There was also no air conditioning, and the small stuffy room must have reached 30 degrees Celsius or more. If there are indeed any comments saying stuff along the lines of, "You knew there was a male stranger in the room next to you, and yet you still let you and your child sleep exposed," well then I hope you can understand how sad it is that the expectation is that women should be wary of hearing a male voice and feel unsafe, rather than do what my mom and I did, which was pay it no mind since we didn't see how it would affect us in any way. To us, it was just one of the guests who was coincidentally sleeping in the room next to ours. And that's what it should have been. Never did we expect him to be a creep or that we would feel unsafe in a place that we were so familiar with. Perhaps we really were just naive or distracted. Who knows? We ended up not complaining, as there was no one at the desk. They didn't even have a review section online, and we were quite scared and thought no one would believe us. I guess the moral of the story is that no matter where you are, there can always be a creep around the corner, even if it's in a safe, beautiful, familiar town. Stay safe, everyone. This happened in the summer of 2010 when I was just entering my teenage years. My family took a trip to a really nice hotel in the city. I can't really remember why we decided to take the trip, but I remember a lot of my family friends coming with and staying in adjacent rooms. I never asked my parents, and it's not really important to the story. To preface, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat, and always have been. I'm a pretty skinny, fragile kid, so I get spooked pretty easily, even now. This, however, was almost definitely not me freaking myself out like I normally did. Looking back, I'm incredibly lucky I trusted my instincts. This hotel had a strange design to it. The lobby was actually on the 4th floor, not the bottom floor, which I found strange. To access the lobby, you had to use the elevator. There was no way for you to get to it from the stairs. This information would have been nice before everything happened, as you'll find out. The hotel was organized in a square shape. Every floor was lined with a balcony, and you could look into the lobby and cafe area from your floor. Essentially, if you were walking to your room, you could be seen from anyone that was on your floor if they just stepped out of their room and looked around. I was always afraid I'd fall over the balcony and sail down 8 stories to my death, but they were high enough to a point where I wasn't concerned for my safety. The first day or two was nice. My friends and I hung out and played cards all day, or we watched whatever was on TV. At night, however, we'd explore the halls of the hotel and tell each other ghost stories. It was a really fun time, even though I didn't fully understand why we were there. On the 3rd day, though, things got strange fast. I woke up to the sound of screaming coming from outside my door. Now, because of the hotel's design I mentioned, sounds from the lobby would echo all the way up to the top of the building. So when I looked outside to investigate, I immediately looked over the balcony to see what the commotion was about. I saw a girl laying on the ground, eggs and milk splattered everywhere around her. People were rushing to help her, and I had heard a couple of people telling each other to call 911. It seemed like the girl was unconscious. Maybe she had passed out or something. I scanned the lobby, and I saw that my family and a couple of my friends were in the lobby getting breakfast, all staring at the event in front of them. I decided to rush down and meet them to find out what had happened. The elevator was on the opposite side of my floor, so I took the stairwell located right next to my room. We were on the 7th or 8th floor, so I knew I only had to take about 4 flights down. Not a big deal. I descended for a little while, looking for the number 4 on the wall or the letter L. I passed floor 5, ready to find a door to the lobby. I took about 2 more flights of steps before realizing that there hadn't been a door for the 4th floor, nor had there been a door for the 2nd or 3rd. Now at this point, I probably should have turned back, but I continued down because I was tired and I didn't want to climb back up. There were some weird side hallways that went into pitch black areas with a bunch of piping and wiring, and though I was curious to explore, I passed them by. I quickly hit the bottom floor, a dimly lit and cold room with cinder block walls and concrete floors. In front of me was a set of double doors. I hesitated at first, but I assumed that this was just another way back to the lobby, so I opened them and entered them. Behind the doors was a massive warehouse-type room, probably the size of a smaller basketball stadium. The only light coming in was from the stairwell behind me, so I wasn't really able to see much. Stairs were stacked and covered in plastic wrap, tables lined the wall, and in the distance, I thought I could see boxes stacked in line against the wall as well. It was probably the storage room for the hotel. I looked around and saw an elevator in the back of the room, so I made my way towards it. I closed the door to the stairwell, and I began to walk in the dim light. The room was super muggy and dusty, and it seemed like nobody had been down there in a long time. As I got closer to the elevator, I noticed it was a little bigger than the elevators in the lobby and other floors. I pressed the up button, but I got no response. There was also a card swiper next to the button. Must have been for employees only, so I thought. I then turned back towards the stairwell doors, making my way past the chairs and tables along the wall. When I got to the door, I gave it a tug. Locked, of course. This is when things started to hit me, and I then realized I was stuck in the dark, dusty basement of a hotel. I didn't have a phone because my parents wouldn't let me get one until I graduated middle school, so I couldn't call anyone. Everyone likely assumed I was still asleep in the room, so I began to freak out, believing that nobody was going to look for me. I searched around the warehouse looking for other ways out. Some areas of the place were better lit than others, so I looked around in areas I could see first before starting on the darker side of the room. There was one other set of doors that I found, but it happened to be locked as well. I began to cry, scared that nobody would ever find me in this basement. I swear it felt like hours, but I think only a handful of minutes passed before I heard the door then creak open. It wasn't the door from the stairwell, rather the second door that I'd found. A slim middle-aged man in a lab coat came out of the doors. Now, if this was 21-year-old me seeing this man, I would be very confused as to why this guy was wearing a lab coat in a hotel. But I was only 12 or 13 at the time, so I was immediately relieved at the sight of an adult who looked smart. I approached him, tears in my eyes, and he immediately looked surprised to see me, as you'd expect. "Hey, what are you doing down here?" he yelled. "I got lost on my way down to the lobby, and I've been locked in here. Do you have a key?" I was shaking, eager to get the hell out of there. He didn't answer my question, and instead just said, "Yeah, I know a way out of here. Follow me." He began to walk towards the doors with the stairwell, and I followed, relieved that someone had finally come to save me. We approached the doors, and I began to reach for the handle, but he continued walking. "Isn't it right here?" I asked him. I'll never forget the look on his face when I said that. He looked nervous, and though it was dim, I could see sweat glistening from his forehead behind his glasses. "No," "It's this way," he said sternly. I continued to follow him, but I was now nervous myself. We had passed the door to the stairs and were now headed towards a darker side of the basement, away from all of the elevators. He looked like he had no clue where he was leading me, as he kept checking around him, almost as if he was taking in his surroundings for the first time. We turned around a corner and began towards the boxes, a dead end. I immediately froze, realizing that something was very, very wrong. This guy had no idea where he was going, nor did he appear to work at the hotel. I then said, my voice shaking, "Okay, where are we going?" He turned and said, "This way. Just follow me." I knew that there were no doors by those boxes. I had checked there first after I found out the stairwell door was locked. I wanted to thank whatever God is up there for gifting me with the idea that I had next. I started yelling as loud as I could. I yelled so loud I gave myself a headache. The man, irritated and plugging his ears, began yelling back at me. "What are you doing? Be quiet!" I continued to yell. I don't even remember how long I was yelling for. Finally, the man snapped and began quickly walking towards me. I went in a full sprint towards the stairwell doors, hoping to God they'd somehow be magically open. He didn't run after me. He walked sternly behind me, muttering things like, "Stupid fucker," and other kind compliments. I was about 5 feet from the door when somebody burst through. My savior, a hotel janitor who had heard the screaming from the stairwell. He saw the situation, me and some random guy in a lab coat in a locked basement, and immediately told me to get behind him. The janitor then asked me who the man was, and I said I had no idea, that he had come in through the door on the other side of the room, and I then pointed to the door. The janitor then quickly radioed into the desk that he had found a child in the basement, and then quietly, so that I wouldn't hear, then said, "This man came from outside. Get security," or something like that. The man in the lab coat started trying to argue with the janitor, claiming that he simply was looking for a bathroom. The janitor clearly wasn't buying it, and he kept saying things like, "Wait until security gets here and then talk to them about it." I was standing beside him the whole time, just trying to take in what was happening, confused out of my mind. Eventually, an employee from the front desk arrived, and they took me up the steps to the lobby, when I finally met up with my family, who surprisingly had no idea I was missing. I told them the story, crying and shaking, and they hugged me tightly, thanking the employee over and over for their help. I never got to thank that janitor though. Looking back on it now, I have absolutely no clue what that man was doing in the basement. I don't have any information as to what happened afterwards or who he was. I know for a fact that the incident with the girl in the lobby was unrelated, something about low blood sugar, not sure. I've thought about that day a lot, and the only explanation I can put together is that the door I found in the basement led to the streets of the city where he must have wandered in from. I have no idea what his intentions were, why he was wearing a lab coat, or why he chose to pretend to know a way out. To be frank, this could have just been a huge misunderstanding of some sort, and I just chose a really bad time to get lost. But all I know for sure is if I hadn't screamed my lungs out, I might not have been telling this story the same way, or at all. So, to the strange man in a lab coat wandering around a dark, dusty hotel basement, I pray to God I never see you again. So, this just happened a few nights ago. We had a special evening event in my church, which I'm volunteer staff for, and I was in charge of the kitchen and locking up the building afterwards. The event went well, and instead of feeling tired like normal, I actually have a little burst of energy. I decided that instead of going home and relaxing like I typically do, I was gonna swing by Walmart and do some shopping that I had planned for the next day. I was actually really excited for my little shopping trip, as I enjoy it, but I don't often have time for just leisurely looking around stores. I finished my cleaning of the kitchen, secured the building, and left the church around 9 p.m. Off to Wally World. Once there, I did have a really good time. At first, I started in cosmetics and just sort of worked my way slowly through the departments, ending in grocery. That's where the story really begins. I was all the way in the back of the grocery section, browsing the coffee creamers, when I saw a really tall Asian-looking guy, probably in his mid to late 30s, walk past me. I wasn't sure why, but I felt very hyper-aware that he was there and walking past me. For some reason, this guy had set off some kind of alarm that I can't explain. He gave me a really strange look as he slowly walked past me, like he was trying to process what he thought of me. I was uneasy, and I just watched him until he moved out of sight. I wondered if maybe he was a creep with bad intentions. But working with people, I know that looks and actions can be misunderstood easily, so I moved on and tried not to think too much about it. He was gone now, so it shouldn't matter. As I continued shopping, I soon noticed two other Asian guys. They were being somewhat loud and just acting like your typical 20-something-year-old boys. Sometimes they spoke in English in normal tones, but occasionally the younger of the two would yell something really loud in Korean. That is what made me take notice that they were Asian. They almost seemed to be showcasing it. Honestly, it was kind of rude behavior, but I ignored it. Most people don't care how they act that late, especially at Walmart. It wasn't long till I began to feel like I was being followed by them. I'm not a paranoid person, nor do I like to be. So I kept reasoning with myself that they were just making their way through the store like I was, and it was normal to often go down the same aisles as someone else. Only they didn't have a cart or handbasket, and they weren't grabbing anything, just goofing around and slowly talking louder and louder and more in Korean. I also felt like they were getting closer to me. Now, I don't speak Korean myself, but I do have a few friends that do. Between them and the few K-dramas I've actually watched, I have picked up a few words. The younger one seemed to be talking somewhat rudely, but I wasn't really sure. Every so often, he would seem to gesture in my direction and then say something which I'm pretty sure meant bitch in Korean. I just looked it up, and yeah, I was right. He only said it when seemingly talking about what I assumed was me. We had reached the Asian aisle in the store, and I was browsing the sauces. I spent more time here than other places in the store because I do a lot of Asian-style cooking. My older cousin's wife is Japanese, and she got me into loving Japanese food at a very young age. I'm not sure if this is what threw the younger guy off or not, but once again, I heard him say the word that means bitch. I was getting really annoyed with these two, especially the younger one, and I glared at him, continuing to keep a watch on them out of the corner of my eye. The feeling of uneasiness had really been growing, and I was so distracted by them that I couldn't even remember what I had at home and what I needed. Well, the younger one looked taken aback at my dirty look, and he'd started smacking his friend in the arm. This is where he messed up. He stopped speaking Korean and had started speaking Japanese to his friend. Now, I'm not fluent in Japanese, but I know many words and I can string together some very bad small talk or get the idea of what's being said. My cousin's wife used to try and teach me, but I was too busy in my adult life to spend much time with her now. Still, I retained enough to be helpful. From what I could gather, the younger one was now panicking because he now thought I could understand Korean. They began to talk very quietly in Japanese and kept a bit more of a distance between us, but they didn't stop following me. I wasn't sure what to do. I thought about grabbing an employee or calling the police and requesting an officer to escort me out of the store, but I was terrified of what would happen if I did that. I've said this in other stories, but there's a big following in my city that hate my day job of working with the homeless and all of us who work there. The last thing I or my employer needs is white women afraid of non-English speakers waste police resources and cause a scene at local Walmart blasted everywhere. So until I was absolutely sure that I really was in danger, I ignored the boys and kept shopping. Very soon, the tall guy that gave me a weird look from earlier had joined the two younger boys. The two younger ones seemed to gain some new confidence now that their friend had joined them, and they began talking obnoxiously loud yet again, mixing in English, Korean, and Japanese. It was really disorienting. I remembered a trip that I took to Europe to visit friends. There was a group of people speaking in a mix of English, Russian, and German. My friends explained it's sometimes something that human traffickers do in order to make it difficult to understand them and pick up on their conversations or to confuse their targets. They made me promise to avoid anyone speaking in more than 2 languages at once. They were mostly talking about what kind of sweets they would like to go get for after, at least when they were talking in English or Japanese, and what kind of cleaning supplies they have in the car. Maybe I had worked myself up and was reading into my poor translation of Japanese, but I was really sure that these guys were targeting me for something. Seeing as they were talking about sweets, I walked right past the candy aisle and into the bread aisle, waiting for them to walk down one of the two to get their snacks. They also walked right past. I very suddenly went down the frozen pizza aisle, moving quickly, hoping I could somehow cut them off. The tall guy said something, and they quickly went down the next aisle over. I had a feeling that they meant to try and catch me at the end. Or maybe I'm just paranoid and they were going to get ice cream. I mean, they had been talking about sweets. Just to be safe, I turned right around and ducked into the women's clothing section. I made a point to go through clearance and keep an eye out. I finally felt safe enough to go to self-checkout. As I did so, the 3 boys were leaving the store laughing, and all 3 looking at me as they left. They didn't buy a single thing. It then just occurred to me that they could have been messing with me and didn't actually mean any harm. But I'd rather think an innocent person is dangerous than a dangerous person is innocent. I finished checking out, more annoyed at myself for being a scaredy cat and working myself up than anything. Then I headed to my car. The parking lot was still a little full of cars, but I didn't see anyone around. I figured the boys would be in their own car and gone by now. Or if they were walking, they would be out of the parking lot at least. So I made my way to my car. When I was about 3 spaces away from my car and starting to feel safe, I suddenly heard giggling from behind a large truck. I knew it to be the youngest of the 3 boys. He did so much giggling in the store, there was no way I could mistake it for anyone else. I thought about running back inside and getting an employee, afraid they would jump me when I tried to get in my car. The corner of my eye caught the movement of another one of the boys on the other side of the parking aisle, and I decided to abandon my car when I ran back to the store. I was just about to make a break for it when 2 cars came pulling into the parking lot and began the search for an empty spot closest to the front. This seemed to have spooked the boys, who took off running to the edge of the parking lot. I took this chance to get into my car quickly and lock myself in. When I looked around and could no longer see any of them, I was and still am curious as to where the hell the 3rd boy was. Did he leave? Was he waiting in another car? And where did they all go? It didn't take me long to get into my car. I didn't think they would go anywhere out of sight in that short amount of time. Very carefully, I left the parking lot, making sure that no one was following me. Thankfully, there wasn't. I made it home safely, though a bit perplexed. When it first happened, I was a lot more sure that I had been in danger. As a few days have passed, I really wonder if maybe I really had just freaked myself out over nothing. But I don't think so. That feeling of unease I felt has never been wrong. Occasionally, I'll get that feeling around a client, someone who seems fine at first, and then always turns out to be a dangerous person. So I think I was actually quite stupid for not asking an employee to help me to my car. I let my concern for my place of work put me in potential danger. I did think about calling the Walmart and letting them know, but I actually know the current GM, as we used to work together once upon a time. They didn't openly threaten me, touch me, or even speak to me, so she isn't going to do anything about it. She won't even log it just in case something happens. She's always been kind of apathetic towards dangerous situations and views many customer complaints as people just trying to give her a bad day. I think that is the scariest part of this story, knowing that there isn't anything I can do to protect others from these guys, because, well, they technically didn't do anything wrong. Yet, that is. Anyways, even if it makes you feel paranoid or stupid, listen to your gut feeling and do what you need to do to protect yourself. I was stupid in this story. Do not take after my example. Take it as a warning. It's better to look paranoid or like an entitled Karen and be alive than to save face and possibly be stressed and dead. I was incredibly blessed to have those 2 cars pull into the parking lot when they did. Be safe, guys. This all happened when I was about 16 or 17. At this point in time, I was about 5 foot and an 85 to 90 pound female, so very petite. I had just gotten hired at the C's Candies in my local mall. The mall was kind of run down and just got really worse over time. As I got the hang of the job, my boss had scheduled me for a closing shift. I wasn't all by myself on this night since I was still a minor, but I had left before my boss did. I said bye to my boss, walked out of the store, and shut the rolling gate behind me. I had walked out into the closed mall, and I couldn't find an unlocked door to get outside. At this point, I was getting kind of anxious because I didn't see any security guards to ask for help. I decided to go back to my store to ask my boss where to go. But on the way back to the store, I ran into a man. He asked me if I needed help, and I told him yes. I don't know how to get out since this was my first closing shift. He had introduced himself as Jason. He told me he worked at the knife store in the mall. He then proceeded to show me an employee-only hallway that led outside. I thanked him. He then told me to go ahead, which struck me as odd. I told him, "No, it's okay. You can go first." He just stood there staring at me and didn't say anything. He was creeping me out, so I acted like I forgot something and I went back to my store. I waited for my boss to be done closing so we could leave together. The next day, I had another closing shift. We had so many samples in the shop that we definitely weren't going to get rid of them by closing time. Whenever this would happen, we would bag up some samples that were already accounted for, and then we would go around the shops in the mall and pass out these bags. That way they got eaten instead of just thrown in the trash. On this night, my boss didn't feel like doing it, so I jumped at the chance because the store was so slow. As I was going around to all the shops, I ended up going to the knife shop, thinking nothing of it. As I walked in, I had saw Jason behind the counter. His face lit up when he saw me. I awkwardly smiled at him and said hi. I walked up to the counter where he was helping 2 teen boys, and I waited for a break in their conversation to ask if they wanted a bag of samples. They all agreed, took one each, and then they all thanked me. I had turned to leave the store when Jason told me to stay for a bit to chat. Being so young and naive, I didn't know how to say no, so I stayed. He then completely ignored the 2 boys he was helping previously and had started asking me very personal questions about myself. The conversation went like this. "So, how old are you?" I'm 17. "Oh, really? What ethnicity are you?" Swedish American." "What's your sexuality?" "I'm pansexual." "So, do you have a boyfriend?" Yeah, I do." This obviously made me very uncomfortable, as you can tell by the conversation. I didn't know what to do other than to answer his questions truthfully. At this point, I told him I was leaving. The 2 teen boys left with me, then asked if I was okay. Me not thinking too much of it, I just said yes and went back to work. When I went back to the store, my boss had asked me what took me so long, so I told her what happened. The look on her face was very unsettling. She was obviously very creeped out. I asked her what was wrong, and this is what she told me. She told me to not ever go back to the knife shop because that Jason loves talking to minors, especially female minors. She told me that Jason would come into the store to talk with another one of my coworkers when she was underage. When I left to go home that night, I had noticed Jason following me out to the parking lot. He wasn't right behind me, but he was definitely following me. When I got into my mom's car, she could tell that I felt uneasy. I had told her everything that happened with Jason so far, and she was creeped out, rightfully so. She offered to pick me up in a different spot the next night, and I happily agreed. A few days later, I had another closing shift, but on this day I had to ride my bike to work since no one could pick me up. While I was helping a customer, I noticed Jason enter the store. I rolled my eyes because I knew that I was going to have to help him. I then said, "Hi Jason, how can I help you today?" As you can tell, I had said it louder than I normally would have so my boss in the back room could hear me. Instead of telling me how I could help him, he started sweet-talking me. He was complimenting me non-stop, telling me how pretty I am and how my eyes are so beautiful he could get lost in them, along with many more compliments, just making me feel gross. He then asked me for my number, and I said no. When my boss heard this, she came out of the back room, then told him to get the fuck out of the store and to not come back. He refused to leave, so I went to call security. They then came and escorted him from our store, and my boss then told him that he's banned from ever entering the store again. After this, I was really nervous to ride my bike home. As a safety precaution, a security guard walked me out to my bike after closing. Before riding home, I had made sure to have my knife in my hoodie pocket just in case. I put my helmet on and started heading home. Whenever I rode my bike home, I always rode through the parking lot behind the mall. I know it's not the best choice since there's less people around, but it was the safest way to get home. As I was riding my bike, I noticed in the distance a human figure hiding behind a tree. I kept my eye on them and took my knife out of my pocket. As I got closer to the tree, they stepped out of the shadows. And big surprise, it was Jason. I then flipped open my knife and screamed at him, "Stay the fuck away from me! I have a knife and I won't hesitate to cut your fucking face off." After I screamed this at him, he acted like he was going to try and grab me. I just pedaled as fast as I could past him. Once I was a ways away, I looked back and I saw him running to his car. When I saw him running to his car, I immediately called my dad and asked him to meet me at the end of our street. When I met up with my dad, I had told him everything that happened having to do with Jason. My dad told me that he would gladly have a talk with this creep. I was off for the next couple of days, and my dad did have a talk with him. I have no idea what he said to Jason, but it fucking worked. Jason never spoke to me again or even looked in my direction. I'm very thankful that my dad went Papa Bear mode on him. And Jason, I really hope you never did this to anyone else, and I hope I never see you again. But if I do, I'll be ready this time. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to my story. There's a lot of creepy people out there. So please stay safe and stay aware of your surroundings. This happened about 1 year ago. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I'd gotten a new retail job at a clothing store. It was my first week, and I had went through training with my coworkers on how to work the sales floor and the register. It was a fairly busy night, and I was placed in the home/accessory department. I was halfway through my department when I had spotted a weird man looking at me. He then says to me, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And I thought he was going to ask me about a store item. Well, I was wrong. He then asked me in a condescending tone while laughing, "Well, are you even old enough to be working here? I didn't know they hired 13 to 14-year-olds. I looked at him awkwardly and then responded back with, Yes, sir, I'm old enough to be working here. I knew that he wanted to know my age by the tone of his voice. Then he looks at my name tag. I'll be using a fake name for privacy reasons, but my name is pretty unique. But then he says, Faith? Is that even a real name? I just laugh awkwardly and say yes that it is, and just continue working in my department. I get to where the pillow department is, and as I'm fixing the pillows, he's yet again behind me and then says,
Oh, what do you know? It's you again.
And he then grabs a pillow, fluffing it, and then asks,
Are there any pillows here that are bigger? You see, I have a big bed in a big house, and these pillows are just way too small for me.
I just looked at him kind of awkwardly, not knowing what to say, and tell him, Well, this is all we have, sir. I'm really sorry if it's not to your liking. As I'm getting towards the end of my department, I get called up to cover my coworker's register, and when I call up the next customer, it's the creep again. He's just looking at me up and down, and I'm ringing up his items as quickly as possible, trying not to talk to him. He then says to me in a creepy tone,
You know, I'm a smell kind of guy. I like smells.
And no joke, he makes a loud sniffing sound in the process, then says,
You smell so damn good right now.
I just looked at him in shock, not knowing how to handle this weird situation. I just told him thank you and to have a good night, and that I have other customers waiting. He flashed me a creepy smile, then telling me,
I'll be seeing you again very soon.
That's about all that happened, and luckily I didn't see him again. But damn, what a creepy ass guy and experience. Even thinking about it gives me the shivers. This is a short story, but it really freaked my husband and I out big time. My husband and I love weekend camping in Utah in the area of Simpson Springs. We've camped there a few times, and the camping spot we've had our eye on the last couple of trips was actually available, so we jumped at the chance of getting it. It's surrounded by a couple of huge boulder rocks, so it's a little more private than the other campsites. On this particular weekend, we went mountain biking on the Porcupine Rim Trail. We did what they call the whole enchilada, so we made an entire day out of it. After a long day of biking, we were really looking forward to a nice campfire with a cozy night in our tent trailer. After we ate dinner and enjoyed the fire, the wind started to pick up, so we decided to go to bed as we were getting up early anyways to try out the Amasa Back Trail. We put out the fire and made sure that everything was locked up. As we were lying in bed half asleep, my husband says, Hey, do you hear that? I sat up and I heard someone walking around our tent trailer. We peeked out of the windows, but we couldn't see anything, but we could still hear something or someone walking around out there. A few minutes went by, and we were both wondering what the hell we should do. As we were standing by the door, suddenly someone tried to open the door. Now, there's two doors, a screen door and the main door, and luckily they were both locked. They tried to open the door again, so we both pulled out our guns, and my husband then yelled, Hey, who the fuck is out there? We waited for a long minute, and again, we heard someone walking around outside of the trailer. Another few minutes went by, and we didn't hear anything, so we decided to go outside and see if we could see anyone. That or an animal for that matter, but the size of the footprints sounded more human than an animal. As we were walking around, we realized there were no fresh footprints, as the wind from earlier had brushed the soft dirt over everything, and all we saw were our own footprints that we had just made. We decided to go back to bed with our guns ready just in case, but we didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night. The next day was when we did the Amasa Back Trail, and again we camped in the same spot. We went to bed early, and we were waiting to see if anything would happen again. Well, wouldn't you know, we heard what sounded like someone walking around our campsite again. But whatever it was didn't try to open the door again, thank God. When we got up the next morning, we inspected around, and the only footprints we saw were our own, and no animal prints either. We decided to pack up camp that morning, and we went to another spot close by. We drove around the arches that day, and when we got back to camp, someone had already taken the spot we were in just the last 2 nights. We decided to warn them no matter how crazy it sounded, but we really believed it was a haunted campsite. Because again, we didn't see any fresh footprints in the dirt but ours. Whatever the case, it was absolutely a creepy experience for us. When I was 17, I had went camping with a big group of my friends. 6 of us, including me, all huddled together with enough alcohol to fill a brewery. We were camping out in a forest in our town. Our town was very rural, like less than 200 people rural. We didn't even have a supermarket. We had a gas station you could walk to in about 10 minutes. The nearest supermarket was a 30-minute drive away. You needed a car to live in this town. Everyone knew everyone, and we were really bored teenagers looking for fun. I was having the time of my life. It was 3 a.m. and pitch black. We were telling spooky stories and drunk out of our asses. When I ended up puking, I knew it was time for me to go to bed. Our parents all knew what we were up to, but they trusted us because we were usually a responsible group. Our town was also so tiny that they felt it would be fine. The forest wasn't even that far away from our houses, which ended up being just our luck. I was asleep, but not for long. I woke up to thumping outside my tent. I was in a tent with 2 of my friends, wedged in between them both because they were so worried about me rolling onto my back during the night. I was groggy, and the tent was spinning even though it was so dark. I remember grabbing my phone and checking the time, but I couldn't see it because my eyes were so blurry. I was too fucked up to want to move, but the thumping was really annoying me. I ended up shouting to shut up, assuming it was a friend from the other tent. It was silent, and then suddenly, chaos then ensued. Something jumped onto our tent, like literally a starfish threw itself onto us. I started screaming, and then my friends woke up in fear and drunk confusion as well. They weren't as drunk as I was, but I was so scared that I almost felt sober again. We were all screaming and thrashing around. Somehow we got out of the tent because the weight lifted, and my other friends dashed out of theirs as well, screaming, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" One of my friends explained that something jumped on our tent, and we were all babbling and waving our phone flashlights around. My friend had spotted a flashlight on the ground that wasn't ours, and we all freaked the fuck out even more. One of my more sober friends eventually shouted that we all had to cool it and get out of here and go back to his place. We agreed, and we didn't even take half of our shit. We just grabbed whatever and then fled back to his house. It was like 15 minutes of just running in the dark, totally terrified. Once we got there, he had a key, and we all just crashed inside. We couldn't stop wondering what had happened, and my friend's parents even woke up as we were being so loud. My friend's dad said in the morning that we'd all go back and take a look, and that we probably just imagined it because we were obviously in a state. When I woke up later, I had felt rough as hell, but I also knew that I hadn't imagined it. Neither did my 2 other friends. Our other friends all believed us, but my friend's dad didn't. That is, until we got there. When we went back, our tents were all cut up. We were so creeped out by this, and the stuff we left was also gone. Our sleeping bags and some food and alcohol were just missing. One of my friends also left a bag, and that was gone too. She didn't have anything important inside, thankfully, but still. My friend's dad knew the local police officers very well due to how small the town was. They agreed that it was weird, and they said we should avoid that area indefinitely. They did scope the scene, but they never found anything. No handprints or any good evidence. I don't know what's scarier. The idea of something jumping on our tent and ripping it up, then stealing our stuff, or someone doing it. Bears aren't an issue, neither are coyotes or anything like that. Nothing is in this forest. My country doesn't have those things. The town is so small that it seems very unlikely that a stranger was there. Yet it's really disturbing to think that it was someone from our local community. This memory still gives me chills to this day. It's been a few years since this happened, and I still talk to all of my friends who were all there. We'll never know what really happened that night, but I'm just glad we were all alright. Maybe some things really are better to not know. I'm a 25-year-old male, and I was probably around 21 at the time that this happened. Several years ago, I was taking an afternoon walk down the nature trail just outside the subdivision where I lived. I want to note that this trail was right next to a moderately busy 2-lane road with some houses on the opposite side of the road, so the area wasn't desolate. However, there was a line of trees and foliage that stood between the trail and the road, obscuring the view of one side from the other, so passing cars wouldn't have a clear view of what transpired on the trail. At some point, I had spotted a woman, late 20s if I had to guess, and she was standing alone in the middle of the trail. She stood there and watched me as I made my way down the trail towards her. Once I got close, she had asked if she could borrow my cell phone to call someone. Now, I had already read enough scary stories on subreddits like Let's Not Meet to know tactics like this. I had heard the stories about a woman who would ask for aid, get people in a vulnerable position, and then a man would swoop in and take the mark by surprise. Now, I did hesitate, but I still gave in to the social pressure and desire to help another person in need. I gave her my phone despite my better judgment. I was, however, on edge. I tensed up and I began looking around the place to see if anyone could pop out from somewhere, ready to react if someone would show up. I also made a point to remain standing in arm's reach of the woman. Then I heard a rustling from the brush. I instantaneously turned towards the sound and watched as a man emerges from the foliage. He looked around the same age as the woman and was notably quite short. He looked probably around 5'5" if I had to guess. I was probably glaring at him with a very obvious suspicion as he made his way over to the woman, standing at her side without saying a word. The woman then handed me my phone back, saying they didn't pick up, not even reacting to the man's presence. I just took my phone and then left. What I assume happened is that they were planning to mug my ass, but ended up bailing for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I was visibly on edge and they figured it wasn't worth trying to get the drop on me. Maybe the guy figured there was too much of a size difference between us. Or maybe he'd already put his plan into action, made a little too much noise, and then bailed while keeping a completely cool face as he made his way over to his presumed significant other. For my part, I was ready to grab the woman and then use her as a human shield, maybe even push her onto the guy. I'm really glad it didn't come to that though, especially given the outside possibility that there is some non-mugging explanation for this, but I guess I'll never really know for sure. Hello, my name is Liberty. I won't give you my last name for privacy reasons. I'm a 19-year-old female with long blonde hair and big blue eyes. It was springtime weather, so I was wearing my light blue top, Daisy Duke short shorts, and brown cowboy boots on my feet. I go to a university in Pennsylvania. I decided to visit my parents for a few days who live several hours away from my university. The car I drove was a 10-year-old red Ford Mustang. The road I was driving down was the kind of road where you see nothing but miles and miles of road with dense woods on each side of it. Sometimes you see a few deer and foxes along the way, and then to my disgust, I had heard my car shake and rattle, and I just knew something was wrong with it. So I decided to pull my car to the curb. As soon as I pulled over, my car's engine stopped completely. I tried over and over again to start it up, but it just wouldn't start. I then lifted up the hood of my car, and I knew it must have been my engine that had given out. Unfortunately, there was no cell phone signal where I was, and it was getting hot outside. I didn't want to die of dehydration, but all I could really do at that moment was sit on the hood of my car and just wait for help to arrive. But on a lonely road like this, that help could take a long time. An hour passed by with no vehicles yet. I looked up in the sky and I saw a big red-tailed hawk flying lazily above me, almost hoping I would cook off and die so it could feed on my dead body. This was not an appetizing thought. I then heard a car rumbling down the road. When it got closer, I could see it was a 1919 Model T Ford car in good condition with an elderly man that was driving it. He looked like a preacher man wearing glasses, and he had a fedora black hat on his head with a black minister's top on. I tried to flag him down, but he just quickly drove right past me without even looking in my direction. People are not as trusting to one another these days. He, being elderly, may have thought I was a highway bandit or something, and he was not going to take the chance of getting robbed or killed because of me. So I just watched as the elderly preacher in his 1919 Ford Model T then disappeared into the sunset, right as I looked up the road hoping that another vehicle would pass by and help me very soon. Another hour passed by, then two. I was starting to sweat. It was getting hot now, and I was getting tired. I almost nodded off when I saw up the road another vehicle coming. It was an old pickup truck. As soon as it stopped, I was in total surprise to see this enormous 340-pound man. He was in his 20s, unshaven, dirty and unkempt. He wore blue overalls. He smelled like milk, yet underneath the smell was the smell of horse manure, but the smell of milk on his body was much stronger. The big man giggled and laughed and looked at me. I knew that he must be attracted to me by the way he was looking.
"Hey miss, what are you doing way out yonder and you're lonesome like this?"
He smiled as I could see many crooked and missing teeth. I was just about to answer this man when he then suddenly grabbed my arm. Luckily, my arm was slick with sweat, and he couldn't get a good grip on me, as I then yanked my arm away and started to run through the woods away from him. This man may have been a simpleton, but who knew what the hell he wanted to do with me? Which was probably rape me and then kill me, so there would be no witnesses to what he had done. I didn't plan on giving him the chance, as I ran like hell through the woods. I then hid behind a big-ass rock, but this man was smart enough to know that I must be hiding somewhere close, as he stopped running too and then stayed in the area, calling me.
"Chickie! Chickie, Chickie, come here!"
Trying to lure me out. I then saw my chance, as I saw a big branch nearby, and I then picked it up. I waited for him to get close so I could hit him with it and then make my escape. When the huge man got near the rock where I was hiding, I suddenly jumped out, surprising the hell out of him, as I then clocked him right in the jaw with the big branch, to which he then yelled and then fell to the forest ground in pain. I then dropped the branch and then took off down the woods. I could hear the man cursing at me in anger.
"Ouch! Fuck! You fucking bitch!"
It was really frightening to me. I then looked back quickly, and I saw him getting up as he started to give chase yet again. I was running about full speed down the woods at this point, when I then stopped in fright for a brief second as I saw a black bear growling at me not too far away. Yes, an actual bear. I then stopped and stared at him in fear. Then the bear suddenly moved off, frightened by the sounds that the large man was giving off, as he then trekked through the dense forest trying to find me. Now, I took track and field in high school and college, and it was serving me well. I was still outrunning this man, but he could run remarkably well for his huge size, and I could still hear him not too far behind me. I was running full speed down the dense woods when I felt a big tree branch hit me hard on the back, as I then lost my balance and then fell down a steep hill into the water. I was pretty hurt when the man threw the big branch at me, but when I was in the water, I decided to play dead. I must have been a good actress, because the big man, after staring at me for a full 12 minutes lying seamlessly lifeless in the water, finally headed back through the woods where he came from. I figured that he must have known the woods pretty well, because it really seemed like he had no fear, going right back to his vehicle. When the big man finally left, I waited a bit more just to make sure, as I got my battered body out of the water, and I then ran up a hill. The main road wasn't too far away, as I ran quickly to it hoping to flag down a vehicle for help. When I got to the road, I was in luck. There was a young man in a big Range Rover who had stopped to help me. I explained the whole situation to him when I got into his vehicle. He dropped me off at the police station, and I thanked him many times for his help. Inside the police station, I explained everything to them, and I described what the man looked like to a police artist. Then I made the call to my parents, who had picked me up and drove me home. They were thankful I was still alive with all that I had been through. Unfortunately, the police never found that man that was trying to harm me. I really regret this because he'll probably try again with some other poor, attractive, and vulnerable woman in the future. I just pray that I never meet that man again in my life. So this happened yesterday, and I'm still pretty shaken up. Just for some backstory, I'm a 25-year-old female, and my boyfriend and I both have jobs where we can work from home and in an office. I was extremely tired yesterday morning, so I decided to work from home as my boyfriend went into the office. So I was alone all day with just my dog and cat at home with me. The day was normal as any other work day from home that I've taken until about 1:30 p.m. This is where things took a turn. I had just hopped into a work meeting when my doorbell rang. We have one of those Ring doorbells with a camera, and it notifies my boyfriend's phone that someone's at the door. I texted my boyfriend, and I asked if he could check who it was, and he said it was an older man who looked kind of sketchy and did not answer the door. So I ignore the door and go back to my meeting. 20 minutes later, I'm done with my meeting, and I decided to check my phone. I always keep my phone on Do Not Disturb while I'm working, and as soon as I checked it, I noticed all of the calls and texts that I'd missed from my boyfriend. Panicked, I immediately called him back, and he frantically asked me why I haven't been answering. I told him I was in a work meeting, and he tells me to look out the window, as the man hasn't left our property yet. I very quietly walk over to the front windows of our house and peek out, and sure enough, the man's in our driveway. He had parked his old beat-up truck next to our car in our driveway, and he was looking back and forth very sketchily. He had on dirty jeans and a dirty gray tank top. I immediately run back to our bedroom, and at this point, my heart is pounding in my chest. I tried to comfort myself by just saying that maybe he had the wrong house, but no. The man began looking through our windows trying to see inside, and he proceeded to try and open our back gate, which was locked. As I mentioned earlier, I have a large dog, and at this point, my dog is snapping and growling at the front door. As I still had my boyfriend on the phone, and he was actively watching the man on the camera app on his phone, I asked him what I should do since I was in full panic mode and completely alone. "Call 911, he firmly said. I did as he said, and with shaky hands I called. While I waited for the police to arrive, I texted my mom to let her know of the situation, and she immediately dropped what she was doing and said she was on her way. The man was still snooping around the house and looking through our windows. At this point, I had no idea what his intentions were, but by the looks of it, they didn't seem good, and I was really afraid he would see me. As soon as the man saw the police coming down the road, he hopped in his truck and sped off. I ran outside to the officer, and at this point, my mom had arrived as well. In tears, I explained what happened, and thankfully my mom got the man's license plate number. The police took his license plate number as well as description, and they told me they'd be on lookout for him. I know this may not seem as scary as some of the other stories here, but when you're alone, and there's a man looking through your windows and not leaving your property. You have no idea what his intentions are, and it's absolutely terrifying. I wasn't able to sleep last night because I was so terrified, thinking he would come back to try and finish what he started. I'm hoping the police call me with an update since we had the license plate number, and if they do, I will provide an update. And to the strange man who wouldn't leave my property, please don't come back again. For context, I'm a girl, and the story took place when I was 18 years old. At the time, I was living with my father, but he was working long shifts away from home, so I spent a lot of time alone. One day I was home alone and trying to study in my bedroom. It was around 7 p.m. and dark outside. I was used to studying alone like this with my headphones on. My bedroom was at the back of the house facing the garden, which has a gate at the back leading to a large field. It wasn't unusual to get distracted by the occasional noise at night because the fields were really popular with dog walkers. This time though, it was different. I was trying to focus on my homework when a bright light came streaming through the window. I peeked out expecting to see a person and their dog, but I couldn't locate the source of the light. I went back to what I was doing, assuming it was someone walking who'd accidentally shone the light at my window. The next night it happens again. A bright light through my window, specifically with no dog walker in sight. This time I was frustrated, and I questioned if it could be the same person being creepy or trying to see into my room as I kept the curtains open. I spent longer looking out the window this time, trying to figure out the source of the light. I soon realized it was coming from somewhere close. It was coming from my own garden, and the gate connecting to the field seemed to be open. My heart started beating really fast, and I didn't know what to do. I quickly texted my dad, saying that I thought someone was in the garden. He told me to make sure that all of the doors were locked, and that he'd be home as soon as he could. I snuck down the stairs as quietly as possible, not wanting whoever was outside to know I was there. I checked the front door, and thank God it was locked. I crept to the back door facing the garden, and just as I was about to check it, I then saw the handle going down, like someone was trying to open the door. Thankfully that door was locked too, but they did try a few times to open it. By this point, I was absolutely terrified and shaking. I heard them try and pull at the kitchen window as well, but they had no luck. I tried to get a look at the person, but all I could tell was that they were white and tall. It was too dark to pick out any features. They seemed to be getting frustrated now, and then started banging at the window like they wanted to force it to break or open. I looked towards the front of the house, and my dad's car still wasn't there, and I was getting worried. Then by some miracle, I heard my neighbor's back door open and their large dog barking loudly. They must have noticed the stranger and then let out their dogs to scare them away. And it worked. I haven't seen them around again. I've never been so thankful for my neighbor's loud dogs before, and now I always check the doors are locked, even more than I used to. This happened when I was 17. I'm 22 now, and still thinking about it haunts me to this day. I was at my house on a Friday night. My mother was out of town for the weekend visiting some friends, so I had the house all to myself for the weekend. That night, I invited my friend Dan over for the night, and we decided to watch a scary movie. We got some snacks and soda, and we then turned on my favorite horror movie of all time, which is Drag Me to Hell. The one where that loan officer denies an old woman's request for an extension on her mortgage, and she then gets a curse put on her, where she has to break it within 3 days, or she'll get literally dragged to hell. Anyways, about an hour into the movie, me and Dan were having a good time and laughing at random shit in the movie. I paused the movie because I had to go to the bathroom, and just as I walked into the bathroom, I saw out the window that the sky looked green. I knew that there was going to be a storm, but I didn't pay attention to it. So I did my business, washed up, and went to continue the movie. Well, after the movie was over, me and Dan got an alert on our phones. The alert said that there was going to be a tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. and to seek shelter now, and that the threat level was really extreme. We immediately left the house to get to the storm shelter in the trailer park. Yeah, I lived in a trailer park at the time, so we had to evacuate the trailer. Just as we got to the storm shelter, that was when all of the sirens started to go off and the wind started to get violent. The owner of the trailer park unlocked the shelter, and us and everyone else in the trailer park got inside of it. We went down to the basement and all huddled. About 10 minutes later, the power went out, and we could all hear the wind getting really violent, and what sounded like a freight train shook the whole building. It shook so violently that I actually thought it was going to collapse. I started crying, and I thought we were going to die. Me, Dan, and everyone else in the shelter started freaking out. There were 5 loud crashing sounds that came from outside. I was so terrified that I felt like I was going to shit myself. We then heard a loud roar of the tornado's wind from outside through the structure of the building. Then about 10 minutes of noise later, it stopped. We were then given the all clear. We all left the shelter, and from the damage we all saw, I couldn't believe it. To say the damage was crazy is an understatement. There were a few cars flipped upside down, a couple of trees were uprooted, and 3 houses were damaged. 2 others were completely leveled, and another house had a car crash into it. Me and Dan hugged each other tightly while crying hysterically, because we were really glad to be alive. We were probably doing this for about 15 minutes. Then we walked back to my house. Luckily, all it had was just a little bit of side damage. Dan also lived in the trailer park at the time. Dan's mom and sister said when they got back to their house, there was damage to the roof. I invited Dan to spend the night at my house tonight. He agreed since he was still terrified. His mom and sister were cool with it too. I know this isn't the typical story with a creeper, but it was still terrifying, and I will never forget that day. For a little reference about me, I was around 13 or 14 at the time. I lived with my mother, as well as my little sister, who was 9 or 10 at the time, as well as my Maltese dog. We lived in a 2-story house that was like one of those homes that are smooched together as like one house. Ours were on the right if you looked at it from the road, and our neighbors were on the left side. The area that we lived in was very low income and had very high crime rates in North Carolina. Now that you know a little bit about it, I can continue with the story. It was a late summer night, around 10 or 11 p.m. My mother told me that she was going to go and pick up a boyfriend that she had been seeing at the time, and that me and my sister will be home alone. She left the house soon after, and I started playing my Xbox for a couple of hours. Later at around 12 a.m., I was hungry, and I went downstairs to go and get a few snacks before I went to bed that night. I can remember vividly that I was in my small kitchen grabbing Takis and also drinking milk from the carton like a dumb teenager, when I had the sixth sense feeling coming over me, like that there was someone or something watching me. In my kitchen, it's very small, and it's also integrated with the dining room. In the dining room is a huge window that lets you see into the clothing lining and backyard that we shared with our neighbors. The window wasn't fully open, but the curtains weren't the best, and you can still see if the lights are on. I felt like I was being watched from that window as I was doing my late night food raid. My dog sensed this feeling as well, and he too started staring out the window, until I quickly grabbed the rest of my food and went upstairs. When I went upstairs, I crashed on the bed and I tried to get some sleep. I woke up at around 12:30 a.m. to feel and hear my dog jumping off my bed and then run downstairs. I quickly fell back to sleep until I then heard my dog continually barking and growling from downstairs. After him barking for a steady 5 minutes, I yelled from my bed for him to shut the hell up, and as soon as I yelled, I then heard a loud crash from my living room, as if something really big fell down from an elevated place. I snapped my head up, and I tiptoed to my stairs. I then carefully went down to the stairs, with my heart banging out of my chest. My dog had gone completely silent, and somehow my sister was still dead asleep in her room. When I got to the last 4 steps of the stairs, I could poke my head around the corner, and I could see into the living room where all of the commotion came from. When I looked slowly, I saw our AC unit that we had put on our window was in the floor. The window where it was installed was fully open, and there was a black gloved hand that was in the middle of reaching in when the person who was trying to get in saw my face and then slammed the screen window that was connected shut. My dog was near the dining room table and was just staring. When the screen window slammed shut, I sprinted up the stairs 2 at a time and into my mother's room where her phone was. My mother always told me to only use it if there was ever an emergency. I scrambled to put her number in, and I desperately waited for her to pick up at the top of my stairs, terrified to go back down the stairs. My mom picks up and she asks if I'm okay, but I just yell into the phone, saying someone tried to break in. She says for me to stay on the phone and to grab my sister and then go next door to my neighbors. When I go to my sister's room, I shake her awake and then frantically tell her to get up. Now, my sister isn't the most friendliest person with being suddenly awoken because she was groggy and she had no awareness of what was going on until I literally picked her up out of the bed. I wasn't the strongest kid in the world at the time, but I did play football, and with all of the adrenaline rushing, I hauled her up with no problem, and I ran down the stairs with her in my arms in a firefighter carry. I slammed my body out the front door, and I ran right next door to my neighbors banging on the front door. I felt like I was standing there for an eternity, but in reality, it was probably only 30 seconds, with still no answer from my neighbors. In my head, I just said, "Fuck it," and I started running down the street in my bare feet with my sister behind me, who was now full awake and fully aware of the seriousness of the situation at hand. With our stroke of luck, there were 2 men who were coming off of a night shift at the nearby McDonald's, and they were driving down the road in my neighborhood. I ran right in front of the car, not even caring if I got hit, and I then screamed for them to help us. The first guy who got out and was driving asked if we were okay, and I told him what happened. I was still on the phone with my mother, and she then screamed at me, asking who we were talking to, and I handed the phone to the guy who talked to my mother, who told her we were all right. He then told us we could wait inside his car while him and his friend checked out our house, as well as around it for the person who did this. It was honestly a blur of just how long we waited until my mom got there, but the police were called at some point. I was coming off my adrenaline at that point, and it all really hit me at once. I later found out that the person who broke in was doing it to all the nearby houses all week, and ours was the only one where they could actually break it open. As far as I know, they never found the person, and we ended up moving out of that house soon after. It still really creeps me out to this day on what could have possibly happened if I wouldn't have been such a light sleeper. But thank God I'm not. My parents live in a huge 2-story blue Victorian house on 6 acres in rural Texas. It has the foyer in the middle where the front door is with 2 large normal side windows to each side of the door. This house has 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms over 3,200 square feet. The curved staircase starts to the left across from the left window to the front door. If you stand outside, you're looking up the stairs from that window. My room is upstairs and to the right with a large set of bay windows at the front. It makes it so that I can look out to each of the 3 windows to see each side of the house in the front. I hope that makes sense. I was 18 and home alone as my family left and went to Florida while I was working, and I didn't have the vacation time to leave with them. So I have this huge house in the middle of nowhere, Texas, all to myself with my cat Oscar. Now, I sleep with my door pushed to but not closed so that the cat can come in and out of my room in the night and not wake me up. I'm dead asleep, and I'm awoken by a loud banging on the front door. It's 3 a.m. Like, what the hell? I go to the left side bay window and peek out the window. I see a sheriff's cruiser in the side driveway. What the hell? What's going on? I think to myself. I go to my bedroom door, and it's closed and locked. Again, what the hell? I unlock it, and I go to the top of the stairs. I then yell down to the man at the door. He comes to the left window next to the door, yelling,
"Hey mama, you okay? Let me in."
So I yell back down to him to put his badge on the window so I can see it. He pulls his badge out while I walk down the stairs to the front door and then turn on the porch light. It looks right, and he's in full uniform.
"Please let me in. We got a 911 call from this house. Did you call 911?
I reply back with, I was asleep. I didn't call 911. And he then says back,
"Hurry up. Someone called. There was breathing on the line for 5 minutes, and then the line went dead."
I just reply again with, "Sir, I'm the only one here. I didn't call 911.
"Well, open the door and let me check,"
he says, and he starts looking at me with a lot of fear in his eyes. I told him that the front door is broken and that you can only lock it from outside. He walks all the way around to the backside door into the pitch black of night. I open the door and I let him inside, where he asks to use the phone. He tells me that he's going to call the 911 operator just to make sure this is the right house first.
"This is 6220, right?"
And I tell him yes, it is. I hand him the phone from the living room. He calls, and I hear her identify as 911 when it's answered. He gives her his badge number, and he tells her he needs to check that this is the phone that made the 911 call. I hear her reply yes, that that's indeed the number, and reads it back. He then looks at me, and I answer, "Yeah, that's the number." And she reads the address to him. He looks at me again, and once again I reply, "Yeah, that's my address." He tells her what's happening and that he's going to do a search. The operator then asks if he needs any kind of backup, and he just says no and hangs up. He hands me the phone, and Oscar runs down the stairs, meowing loud and scaring the both of us.
"Are you sure you're alone here?"
He asks me. He steps in super close to me, and he bends down to whisper in my ear,
"Ma'am, are you being held here against your will?"
And I back up and say, "No, it's just me and the cat here." I don't think the cat knows how to use the phone. He then just laughs, and he tells me not to move.
"Look, I'm going to search the house."
He pulls out his gun, and he goes room to room clearing it, both upstairs and downstairs. I stand there and watch. He comes back downstairs, then saying,
"Well, you're right. You are alone."
And I reply back with, "Just me and the cat." He smiles and uses his handset to let them know that there's nothing else going on here and that he cleared the house. He then checks with me one more time that I'm safe. I tell him, "Yeah, I'm all good. I'm probably not going to sleep for the rest of the night, but I'm good." I walk him out, and he turns and says,
"Call back if you need me, and lock this door. I'm gonna stay around the area tonight if I can."
And I then smiled, closed the door, and locked it. What the fuck just happened? How did my bedroom door get closed and locked? How did our house phone call 911? And why was there breathing? Was I sleepwalking? Was someone actually in my house? What the fuck happened? Yeah, that was a really strange night. So I've never posted on this sub, though I have other stories I've buried deep until recently. But this is happening in the present. I've had people stalk and follow me before, and because of that and my true crime addiction, I've become supremely paranoid and a solid curtain twitcher. I'm a 31-year-old female and I resided in an upstairs room that was my first room to myself as a child. I had to leave a bad situation and therefore ended up back at my childhood home. For reference, when our house was built, we were told that the field to our left, with horses and a barn at the time, would one day soon be a development. It was year 2000 when we were told that, and it wasn't until 2022 that the road started being formed and foundations laid. I had already had someone follow me home before when I was young, but I was in a different bedroom next door. My parents put in a free library that's right below my window, as well as nighttime security lights that are very bright and turn on if you're within 20 feet of the side of my house that my room is on. I'll admit, having an open field next to me for so long made me accustomed to not closing the curtains when I change, because there was really never anyone to watch. Now there is. For the past 2 weeks, the burglar lights next to the free library have been going off late at night. Because my one side of the curtain is open, I can use my vape. That's the only reason I noticed at all. I didn't think too much at first. We lock all the doors and windows every night, and I'm on the second floor. I also always looked out to see if it was a car or someone walking their dog or a deer, only to see nothing there. To add to this, they put in a shit ton of streetlights around this area, so visibility is great. But it just kept happening. So last night I did my usual, and I saw the lights come on out of my peripheral vision. I acted natural, giving a full view of the window as I was going to bed. It was about 3 a.m. by the way. I then turned off the TV, closed the window and curtains, and turned the lights out. Then I ducked down, peering through the curtains to the sidewalk below. I honestly thought I was going to pass out, when after a few minutes, maybe 5, someone came out from the side of my house. It was a silhouette dressed in black. They kept their back to me until the light turned off, but I swear I could still see them standing there, looking up like they could see me. I called the police, but while I was on the phone with the operator, I then saw them run off. There wasn't much they could do except say they'd have a car drive around and look. My parents are asleep at this point, but I know I have to tell them tomorrow. This scares the crap out of me. If it hadn't been happening for weeks and was a solo incident, I would have been probably fine about it. But the fact that the light has been going off without me seeing activity and what happened tonight, well, it makes me think that this person has been watching me and watching my house. To the person outside my window, I really hope I don't see you again. Okay, so I have a small update. I did tell my parents, and at first they brushed me off, claiming I'd had a couple of drinks and it was late, so I probably just saw someone checking out the library. But I then had another conversation about it with my dad. He said there had been reports the last couple of weeks of car break-ins. And since my car is parked on my side of the street right outside my window, maybe they were trying to break into it. I pointed out that if he was trying to get into my car, why was he pressed up against the house where he wasn't visible from my window? And why did he at no point go towards my car? I think I freaked him out enough that we were going to potentially get a camera for that area. Given all the development happening around us, I think it's smart even without this incident. I'll update again if anything else happens. Okay, so here's my first update. There hasn't been any activity since the night after I originally posted. I was on a phone call the very next night with a friend when I had noticed someone standing outside completely shrouded in darkness. I proceeded to talk loudly about how some creep was watching me and they'd better watch out. Stupid, yes, but it seemed to work because it was all quiet after that. Or so I thought. Tonight was one of my oldest friends' last night in town, so I was out until about 9:30 p.m. and then drove 2 of my friends home and then myself. Since it was so early, I wasn't that worried, but still alert. I drove up to the side of the street he hit on last time, even though it was out of my way, and saw nothing out of the ordinary. I noticed one of the new houses that's being built had its lights on, which I didn't think much of at the moment. Fast forward an hour later, and I started hearing a weird loud banging sound across the way. I know it's risky, but I'm not letting some asshole dictate my comfort. And I've also been watching for activity and pretending so that maybe I can catch them. So I've kept my window open as usual. Hence why I was dumb to ransom the other night by talking about someone watching me. But I digress. It stopped, so I wrote it off. Big mistake. Shortly after, I had started hearing banging again, but this time I could actually feel it. It was coming from my house. I genuinely freaked out, like Knives Out status, but much more cowardly, cowering on my bedroom floor with my ear pressed to the door and knife in hand. It was a strange hollow sound that didn't seem like the front door. It wasn't. I once again called 911, describing what's happening and thinking they're probably going to write it off because I sounded crazy. I still feel in shock because this only just happened. Thankfully, the kind dude on the line definitely took me seriously, and he said someone would be on their way. For the record, the police department is like a 3-minute drive away from my house. I ended up tiptoeing downstairs to see, and once again felt my heart stop. I went to the front window, dug down, and there wasn't anyone at the front door. Then the banging starts again, and I can now tell how close it is. I went to the side window that overlooks the garage, and that's where I saw him. Dressed in black, hood pulled far over his face, banging wildly on the garage door with a fucking crowbar. I honestly don't know why he was using the crowbar to break in, but I'm super glad that he did it, as the door inside the garage that leads into the house is always left unlocked. To say that I panicked is a vast understatement. I nearly pissed myself, which I think is understandable. I'm just standing there peeking out of the window watching this guy wail on my garage door with a crowbar, thinking how fucking unhinged he must be and how much I want the cops to get there now, when just like before he runs off. I quite literally just got done giving a report to the cops that showed up. My family was woken up and I had to talk to them as well, as they're the homeowners, and now they're both so freaked out that my dad just ordered 4 exterior cameras to monitor the house. I don't think it's over yet. This man has some reason he's targeting my house, possibly me, since he started out by watching outside my window. I'm not sure what the hell's going on, but I have a crowbar too. Update number 2. So I'm not even sure if this is relevant to my previous post about the person watching through my window and banging on my garage with a crowbar, but I'm really worried that everything may be connected somehow. A week ago from last Saturday, I was supposed to meet up with a man who had contacted me through social media with friends in common. It wasn't an obvious date, more like a pre-date. We didn't get there though, as he had randomly blocked me out of nowhere. Then he unblocked and apologized, thinking everything was normal and we were hanging out. When I didn't respond at all, seeing some major red flags in his behavior, he had reached out to tell me that I had thin skin. You know, for not just going along with it and then meeting him in a debatably isolated place. I brushed it off only to get a message from a completely different man, seemingly unconnected, blatantly asking for a date exactly a week later. I asked him up front and kind of rudely why he had reached out and wanted to date me, but he was seemingly unfazed. We seemed to have a lot in common, and we were supposed to meet tonight. Here is where it gets weird. I asked him if we should meet at 6 in a particular spot. He saw the message but didn't say anything. I figured since he was at work, he was busy. But then nothing all day. And when I checked again, he saw the message after we were supposed to meet, and still nothing. He pursued me just like the last guy, but this time made me more nervous because it feels like he wanted to make sure I was at a certain place at a certain time. For the record, it is a public place, but also very dark in the parking lot and somewhat rural. I didn't think much of that at first, as it's a place that I've gone to my whole life, but it feels like something is really going on here. These two men were not reaching out through a dating app. I'm not on any yet, as I wasn't sure about being ready to date again, and I wanted to let things happen or not happen organically. They found me through social media. Maybe it's not connected, but commenters on the other posts pointed out how easy it is to find someone's address through social media. And these last two men reaching out in such a way, acting in such a way, in such a close time really makes me wonder. Maybe my window watching garage door banger is separate. Hell, maybe even those are two separate people. I'm not sure what's scarier, but I'm thinking it's scarier if all of this is somehow connected as my gut tells me. I just don't believe in coincidences, and all of those things happening at the same time is so suspicious to me. I'll just continue going to my gun handling and safety courses, and I do start Muay Thai next month, so there's that. I hope this wasn't a boring update. I just have a really bad feeling about those two guys, and even if they aren't connected, I really hope we don't meet. I wanted to also mention that we've added 4 exterior cameras. Also, bad news, my mom lost her keys. They have an air tag and police have made several attempts to retrieve them unsuccessfully. We don't always know the location. We've been keeping all the bedroom doors locked, and there are no extra keys in the main areas to those bedrooms, but it's still very scary. We're having the whole house rekeyed, and my mom has been using my dad's car since she goes to the neighborhood they're in for work. So yay. On top of all these weird anxiety-inducing incidents, someone out there also has keys to my house. Okay, so I think this is the final update. I honestly really wish I wasn't writing this right now. I've had weeks of peace, with only the ping of my overactive camera system alerting me to people passing by with their dogs or children. I thought everything was fine, and maybe this isn't the most dramatic update, but it was just another scary tick mark to add to the list. I got an alert to activity outside the garage. Given my garage door crowbar banger, that's the one I always pay most attention to, honestly. I've been awake at weird hours, and I hadn't been on my phone, so at first I thought it was just my dad leaving for work. Then I saw the recording it made shortly after. This man walked boldly up to the car in the driveway, and then tried the handles of the doors before then riding off. I then called the police and told them I have a good description and that I have it on video, but my town doesn't have a large police force, and some of them are just like any other department, shady and lazy. I've rewatched it so many times now, and he has the same build as the man that I saw at the garage from before. That's obviously not definitive, but now I have more details about his description that I couldn't see before due to lack of lighting and cameras. I'm still pretty shaky even though he didn't try to get in or anything. I was outside not even half an hour ago, though in the fenced backyard. I hope this isn't a lame update. It feels like it to me because still nothing is solved, and even though it might be unrelated, is that actually probable? That one person and or their house would attract so much trouble from completely different individuals? It just doesn't seem likely to me. To the man outside my house tonight, please let's never meet. I wanted to add something. This man saw the camera before he ran. I don't know if he would have tried more had he not, but it has little red and blue lights on the front part, so even I've noticed it. It's large and lights up quite a bit. That's why I thought they deter creeps so far. I just forgot to put that in because I don't think I'm exactly in a great headspace. Second edit. When I was visited by the police who very kindly didn't ring the bell, I gave all the evidence and they found the guy. I don't know for absolute sure if it was the same man that banged on my garage or watched from the window, but I do know that they caught this guy. And my video footage will be used, I guess. I don't know. I was really doubtful they'd actually send someone due to the chastising text message. Non-emergency was closed, so I had to call the regular line. As I'd mentioned in an earlier post about this incident, my dad had told me there had been a lot of car thefts in the neighborhood. The weirdest part to me that I think I must be fucking imagining is that he looks quite a bit like the guy that I had a one-night stand with a couple of months ago right around when this all started. I really don't think it could be him, but I'm hoping that since I'm supposed to get the ring footage to the officer tomorrow, I can ask who this person is. I'm really hoping that it's all over now, and I'm so thankful for those who provided me with great advice, which really gave me a lot of comfort. Unless I'm wrong and there's a second person, which is statistically unlikely, this will be my last update on a thankfully closed chapter. Please be safe out there, everyone. I'm a 31-year-old female. When I was 16, I was in a choir at my high school that performed for a lot of different events around town. One of them was to sing at the middle school sporting events. The middle school in my hometown is just about half a mile from my childhood home, so whenever we had events there, I walked. I didn't get my license until I was 17. This one night, I think it was November, we had to sing at a basketball game, and it was obviously dark when I was able to leave. Normally, I wasn't allowed to walk alone at night, but for choir, I was given permission unless I felt unsafe. But there wasn't any reason to be creeped out at first, so I started my walk. Just down from the middle school was a stretch of road with almost no streetlights that has always creeped me out when walking. I crossed quickly and had a fast pace going, as I'm naturally a paranoid human. About 10 minutes into the dark zone, I had heard rapid footsteps behind me. I at first just figured it was a jogger, but they had made no attempt to pass me and just stayed a comfortable 10-foot distance. They then began whistling a jaunty tune, which at first I thought was fun. At this point, I wasn't super scared, perhaps because of the happy whistling tune, but I noticed that the footsteps began to speed up. There were no cars on the road, and given the lack of light, when I turned around, all I could see was a silhouette shrouded in darkness. At that realization, I quickened my pace to barely under a run. The whistling continued, getting more breathless as this person began to run after me. I looked back to see a dark figure coming at me with full speed, and in terror began to run frantically as well. I will never forget those last moments running through my dark subdivision, hearing his whistling and footsteps getting closer and closer. This person followed me all the way up to my door. I then ran inside and locked the front, checked all the other doors, and then went to my upstairs room. From the window, I could still see a silhouette, and I could still hear him whistling. I slept with a knife under my pillow that night. I'm a 26-year-old female. This is the first time I'm telling this story outside of HR cases and my store manager. For the sake of privacy reasons and investigation reasons, I have to change the names of the people in this story. I had started working at Lowe's just for some extra money at the time and a part-time job after my full-time job. I only worked there for 20 hours a week. And that 20 hours a week, I thought that it would be a breeze. Boy, was I wrong. It was a couple weeks after working there. One night I was closing with two managers, and one of them I didn't get along with, and the other just gave me weird vibes. I was closing with one of my friends who I'll call S. At the time, she and I made a great team for closing. I worked as their order fulfillment, and she worked as a cashier. I was hanging up by self-checkout talking to her, as well as my head cashier who I'll call D, just joking around and trying to make the night go faster. Then the manager who I'll call Adam came up to yell at us and tell us to get back to work. He went to the manager's office, and I'd made fun of him, and then we all giggled and went back to work. SD and myself have a group chat together, and we were texting on there talking and making fun of Adam. Then on the overhead speaker, Adam had called me to the office. I walked back there, and he had told me that my supervisor wanted me to pull a couple of deliveries that go out in a couple of days. I said okay and went to pull them, but before I walked out, he had asked if I needed any help. I said that I don't think so, but I'll call if I need it. As I was walking out, he was just staring at my ass. I didn't think anything of it because that's just what a lot of men do to women at this store. I was outside the lawn and garden trying to find the stepping stones that went with the delivery, and I had heard some noise. Well, out of the corner of my eye, I see Adam watching me. He told me that he was sorry, but that he had never seen anyone as beautiful as I was before. I was just like, thanks. I then stacked the stepping stones onto my cart and went to stage them. I was sitting in the receiving office trying to get the deliveries pulled, and then he came back there. He sat next to me and was trying to make small talk with me, and I talked with him back because I was still trying to get to know people. He was talking about how he's married with 3 kids. I told him that was cute and that I wanted kids of my own, but that I wanted to find someone who would actually be worth my time. Then he told me,
I'll give you a kid, and I'll support you through and through, but only if you want. I don't want to push you into anything.
I laughed it off and was just like, yeah, no thanks, I'll find someone. I got up to leave, but then he grabbed me and then squeezed me, then saying,
Sorry about that. It's just a bit of a habit whenever my wife walks by.
I shrugged it off because I was just so weirded out, and I didn't want this to affect me for the rest of the night. The end of the night came, and S&D and I were walking out to go home, and then Adam just yelled bye to me but no one else. I felt so creeped out, but D had made me laugh about it. The next night I was closing again with Adam and another manager who I'll call Isaac. D and S were also working. D looked at me and asked if I was okay because I didn't seem like my normal laughing self. I just told her it was just a bad day at my other job. Isaac and I went to the back so he could help me get some flooring down for an order, and he asked me what was going on because I didn't make fun of him or make any usual jokes. I told him that there was something bothering me but that I didn't want to talk about it. He then told me that he was just one text away and a great listener. I told him that I might, but just not yet until I figured things out, and he understood. I then staged the order and receiving, and Adam was back there. He had started talking to me, saying things like,
Hey cutie, what are you up to tonight?
I told him that I was just trying to get the orders done so I could go home. Then he said,
I'll take care of them if you need to go. Don't worry about it.
But I declined the offer because I needed the money. He then proceeded to say that he would help pay my bills because I wasn't myself and he wanted to help. I declined again, asking him politely to leave me alone about it. Well, he didn't like that very much. We were closed and leaving for the night, and I was walking out with Isaac and Dee because S had left from being sick earlier. Isaac parked next to me, and him and I were talking and he had asked me to go get a drink with him. I said yes, and then we went to a bar up by my apartment. As I was sitting there with him having a drink, he had asked me if Adam was making me feel uncomfortable, which I said yes, but I'm just brushing it off at the moment. Isaac told me to just watch out for him because he tries to mess with all the girls. I thanked him and I felt really good that he was watching out for me. I then left the bar and Isaac told me where his apartment was, and I told him that I lived in the apartment across the street. He left and so did I, but I got caught at a light and went home. As I was going home, I had seen a car following me at every turn. I then got to my apartment complex, but stayed in my car and called Dee. I told her that someone followed me home and that I'm really scared to get out of my car. She then came down to my car and walked me to my apartment and then walked back to her apartment. We lived in separate buildings but in the same complex. Isaac sent me a text telling me he had a fun time and that we should do it again sometime, and I agreed. A couple of days passed and I had went to work on a Saturday for the full day because I was off from my full-time job and I had picked up a shift. I pulled into the parking lot at the same time as Isaac and Adam. We were all working similar shifts. Isaac got off an hour before me, and Adam and I got off at the same time. I walked in and went to the break room, and there was nobody else there. Well, Adam came in and behind me, and he then whispered in my ear,
Hey sexy, why were you so scared to get out of your car last night?
I was so freaked out that I didn't even move. My supervisor came into the break room, and I was still standing in my locker shell-shocked. She asked me if I was okay, to which I then shockingly turned around in tears. She asked me what happened, to which I then replied with, I really don't know what to do at this point." She then took me to the bathroom and washed my face and then calmed me down. Then she started helping me pull orders, just thinking I was stressed out. I couldn't tell her the truth. We split, and then I went to the door aisle to get a door for a customer. Well, Adam was in the aisle with me. He winked at me, and then once again he came up and grabbed me and then tried kissing me. I had moved away and asked him to stop because I was severely uncomfortable, but then he grabbed me by my waist, then saying,
"It's okay, beautiful. Let me show you a real man."
Essen saw this and then went and immediately told the store manager. I then went to the bathroom and lost it. I started crying and feeling so disgusted. My store manager had pushed for me to talk to her and come to her office. I had made my way up there in tears, and Isaac saw me and told me to text if I needed to. My store manager then took me to the camera room and told me to talk to her. The AP manager then pulled up the camera footage of him coming on to me, and then me in tears right after. I told them everything, and even that he followed me home last night, and then what he did and what he had said to me in the break room. I then told them how the other night he had grabbed and squeezed on me. I then started crying more and more, and they filed the HR case for me. In the meantime, they had only scheduled him to open and for me to close. Isaac had heard about it, and he had begged them to allow him to be close with me just for the time being, just to make sure that I got home safely, and they agreed. Adam came up to me 2 weeks later and then started screaming at me, and he had even smacked me and pushed me into a display where I broke it. Adam then put in for a higher position at a different store, and they hired him and he left. I haven't seen him since all this happened a few years ago. I now have a restraining order against him, and I really hope that he's not doing this to any other females out there. Adam was a real piece of shit, and I hope that one day he really gets what he deserves. The year was about 1971. There were no cell phones. My father was driving his car back from my grandmother's house. Every Sunday, we'd go to church with his mom, our other grandmother, talk a bit and visit. Then we'd later visit my grandmother's mother, which was about a 40-minute drive due to the traffic. A huge movie theater with maybe 11 different deluxe-sized viewing rooms was always bulging with cars of young people with their dates that they tried to impress, and it snagged the traffic all around for miles all weekend, every weekend. After taking my grandmother out to eat, talking, and reading the Sunday newspaper and watching TV, we said goodbye since we all had school that Monday. My dad drove and my mom sat up front, and my sister and I were in the back seats as usual. We had just managed to get through that unreal traffic around that huge theater, thankfully. Souped up and jacked up cars roaring with throaty voices revved and scratched all around us. Nothing new. But one old big 1955 Chevy started some shit. Any idiot could see a family man with 2 kids and his wife in the car wasn't in their league, right? But no. The car was full of hopped up teens with something to prove by pushing around my dad, an older man to them. They had on their brights and they revved their engines so loudly and laid on their damn horn. My mom was scared shitless. She gripped on the door handle in case of impact and shouted over the noise to hold on tight. We did, and no one talked again. The guy was driving so close and feigned ramming us as my dad swerved at the last second anytime. The guy tried to go around us and then ram us from the side, but my dad sped up and then moved our car into one lane, and then in another to trap him in some of the other traffic forming. And then he got stuck behind someone else's, and my dad evaded his ass completely, weaving through neighborhoods to ensure that nobody had followed. We made it home safely and quietly, and went into our routine of baths and pajamas, and then we went to bed early for school. We all sighed in relief, and we didn't really talk about it again until the next day at supper time. We were sure glad that my dad had training in the Army in the Counterintelligence Corps. My dad was a World War II soldier as a special agent, and we never seen him drive anything but safely until that night. He made the car chases on TV look like child's play. It was a scary night I'll always remember. As for the creepy-ass idiots that almost spilled our blood and crashed our car, I don't even have to tell you to get lost. We left you in the dust, didn't we? And my dad was still a quiet, sweet, kind, suave gentleman whom everyone loved and who was always very peaceful and capable. But don't ever make the mistake of messing with him or his family. This happened in the summer of 2016. I'm a female and I was 21 years old at the time. I was with my friend Kevin, who was also 21 at the time, and then my boyfriend John, who was 22. We all lived in the same neighborhood of a city that was known for its high crime rates and a huge drug problem. We were going from our neighborhood to go see a friend across town in a less than desirable area. It was also relatively quiet compared to the rest of the city, due to being on the outskirts of the town. It was a really big, low-income neighborhood. Half the people there were just trying to live their lives as best as they could, with the other half being criminals and drug addicts. So we had stopped at a gas station that was just outside our friend's neighborhood, which was considered to be a pretty safe place, and I ran inside to grab everyone a can of soda. Nothing seemed off until I got back in the car and John went back out of our parking spot, that is. All of a sudden, a small tan 4-door sedan sped up behind us, almost hitting the back of our car, but somehow managed to miss us. Okay, that was weird, but we're maybe 3 minutes away from our destination, and people here can't drive anyway, so we just brushed it off as another bad driver. We go around the gas station and pull back onto the road, but the sedan is now behind us. John decides to take a few random turns just to see if they'll follow us. For context, this neighborhood is basically a big checkerboard layout on either side of the main road which we were driving down originally. They follow us. He takes 2 or 3 more oddball turns, and they follow us again. So he speeds up and he makes a few more random turns quickly so to maybe lose this guy, who all 3 of us are now certain is following us. So we relax a bit, and we make one last turn to take us back into the main road, thinking it was weird, but all's well that ends well. But it wasn't over just yet. As we made this turn, the same car turned onto the street right in front of us, now facing us. We're in the right lane, and the driver of this car gets in the middle of the road and then hits the gas, coming head on towards us, speeding up very quickly. Now we're all panicking. Somehow John had the great idea to slow the car down to nearly stopping and wait until the last minute and then swerve to the right to avoid this lunatic. It worked. As John hit the gas, the passenger side of our car dipped into the ditch just for a moment as we then sped out of there at the speed that I'm sure was illegal. As we turned back into the main road, the same car pulled behind us again. At this point, we're still speeding. We're doing at least 50 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone, and this crazy guy is catching up. When we get to our turn, John doesn't even hit the brakes. He just lets off the gas and turns onto the road and pushes on the gas again. We pulled into our friend's driveway less than a minute later, and we run inside and lock the doors, after which we decided to peek out the window. The guy drives down the road and stops when he sees our car, sitting there for maybe 20 seconds, but then just keeps driving. This is the first time that I got a good look at the driver. He was a scrawny Caucasian man, probably around 30 years old, with short, disheveled brown hair. He had a really crazy look on his face. I don't really know how else to explain it. He was definitely on some kind of drugs, but that was the end of it, thankfully. The whole experience was maybe just a few minutes long, but it still stuck with me after all these years. I know it probably isn't as horrifying as many other stories, but for us, it was a very chilling experience. My name will be changed for my safety. My name is Claire, and this happened to me a few months ago. For context and a bit of background, I've been driving for 15 years, and nothing like this has ever happened to me before. Although I am a confident driver, I am not too keen on driving at night, especially late or in the early hours of the morning unless it really is an emergency, which in this case it was. Now on to the story. My grandma was taken into the hospital for an emergency operation in the afternoon, and myself and my parents were there the whole time. We were allowed to stay for as long as we wished, which we did. She came out of the surgery successfully, and she was now recovering, so we could at least take a breather now. It was 1 a.m. by the time we got told that we could go home, so we left. I lived alone, so I had my own car. My parents' car was parked in the disabled bays and mine in the main car park, so we went in different directions. I was walking to my car, and despite there being a few cars for the night shift staff due to the size of the hospital, there was one car that really stood out. It was a black Audi with privacy glass, but I saw movement inside of it, but then just shrugged it off and continued to my own car. I was exhausted and I just wanted to get home, which was 20 minutes away. I got in my car, locked it, and then drove out of the car park. And I shit you not, the black car I saw started following me. I continued to drive and I wanted to do a little test. I would take different turns all over the place, and again the car followed me. I had no idea what was going on, so I sped up. Thanks to the time, the roads were empty, and you guessed it, the car also sped up. What the fuck? I cursed. I decided to call the police, which I did. I told them what was happening and she told me to remain calm and to tell her the plate number, but there was no plate. She then asked me where I was and I told her. Then she told me to drive to the police station that wasn't too far away from my location. But just as she said that, my car lurched forward. The Audi had rammed into me, and before I could do anything, it then hit me again, making me swerve. I was 10 minutes away from the police station, so I slammed on the accelerator and then drove like my life depended on it, which it did. The operator kept asking what happened, but before I could say anything, my car lurched forward again with such force that I lost control of the car, spinning a full 360 due to the speed and impact, and I ended up on the side of the road coming to a complete stop.
Miss, what's happening? Are you okay?
The operator asked me. I coughed and tried to speak, but nothing came out. Then my eyes turned to my passenger door, and the car was now parked right in front of it, its headlights right in my face. The position I was in meant I was on my side, and they were right by my passenger car door. I tried to start the car, but it wouldn't, and I just kept trying, and I then screamed at the operator when my senses then kicked in. I'm fucking stuck and the car's still here. My car won't start. Please help me, I shouted. The woman told me that the police had my location and that they were on their way. While all of this is happening, all of the doors on the Audi were now opening, and about 5 men got out, all walking towards me. No joke. They all had animal masks on, and I'm now shitting myself. I had a tire iron under my seat, which I struggled to get, but I finally grabbed it and then hugged it to my chest. One man wearing a Faqs mask came right to my driver's door, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a tool of some kind, and then it hit me. It was a tool that you can use to open car doors to break into them. I threw the seatbelt off of me, and then went to turn to the passenger door, but the other men were now surrounding me. My car door then swung open, and my fight or flight mode then kicked in. I then smacked the man right in the face with a tire iron, making him stagger back, but then arms grabbed me from my passenger seat and started pulling me out of the car. But just as I hit the ground, sirens rang out from afar, and the next thing I knew, the men were running back to the Audi, then speeding off. But I saw one police car race past me again, followed by another one following them. When I was finally able to stand up, a policewoman came up to me, and when I finally knew I was safe, my adrenaline left me and I blacked out. I later woke up in the hospital with my parents by my side and the doctor. I collapsed, and I was out of it for about 5 hours. The doctors told me I was fine, that I just suffered some bruising, but that's it. Not long after, the police came and told me that they actually caught the men who chased me. They were looking to have some fun, and they thought the hospital would be a perfect hunting ground due to the timing, people being tired, and how no one would notice and be unaware of a smash and grab, so to speak. It was what you call being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I have no idea what they fully planned to do to me, but thank God I never had to find out. I really hate driving alone at night, and even in the morning before all this happened. But now, emergency or not, due to this, I will never put myself in that kind of situation again. It's gonna be taxis or lifts from now on. That may sound silly to other people, but when you've gone through something like that, it changes you. And who knows if those same guys are still out there or if there's others out there just like that. I'd rather not risk it. This happened to me about 5 years ago. I'm a female in my early 30s. I had just started driving after I was involved in a serious car accident where a stolen car rammed into mine and then drove off, leaving me for dead. I ended up in a hospital, and my beloved car was a write-off. Due to this incident, I was really suffering from some serious PTSD, and I couldn't drive without having panic attacks. I finally purchased a new shitty little hatchback, as it's all I could afford, and I started forcing myself to drive again despite my mental health not being the greatest. One dark cold winter's night, I had a friend over for dinner. I picked her up so we could have a drink, and we enjoyed a meal together, followed by a few movies, and she had a few wines. At about 1 a.m., our eyelids really started drooping, and I had offered my friend a lift home. She didn't live far from me. There was a long stretch of road, then a couple of turns, and I'd be at her house. So we got into my shitbox of a car and started the journey to her home. Since it was late, the roads were basically deserted, and I was actually feeling relaxed driving, which hadn't been the case since the accident about 4 months prior. Then out of nowhere, all I could see in my mirrors were lights, bright blinding car lights. So close to my car, I reckon there wouldn't have even been about a meter between them both. Fucking hell, where did they come from? My friend asked, still a little tipsy from the wine. She wasn't as panicked as I was in my fully sober self. Just some dickhead, I guess, I said, trying to remain calm and not think too much into it. The turn is coming up finally, so I'm sure they'll just keep going. As I turned into the first street, I expected the other car to just keep going, but they followed me, turning without any turn signal, still right on my tail. Okay, one more turn. Surely they won't be going this way too, I said, once more trying to convince myself than my friend. But as I turned into my friend's street, they did as well. Nope, they're following us, my friend said, now panicked. I don't want them knowing where my house is. Okay, I'll turn into the next left and make it back onto that long stretch of road and then try and lose them, I told her, so we did. I looked in the rearview mirror, and their car had stopped at the end of the street, lights on, idle, just watching me drive off. I drove around a few streets randomly until I was convinced I'd lost the car following me, so I dropped my friend home and waited for her to get inside before driving off for my journey home. As I drove back the way I came, I was feeling confident with how I dealt with the situation, and I just wanted to get home to bed. But then out of nowhere, fucking hell, bright lights behind me. The car was right up my arse and was now fucking chasing me. I started to panic. Fuck! I was now erratically driving, trying to get away. There was nothing but dark streets and houses for miles. No stores or lit up areas I could go to for safety, and the police station was on the other side of town. The way we were both driving, there was no way I'd be reaching the police station safely, and how quickly it was all happening, I didn't have time to even process my thoughts or think rationally. I was absolutely panicked, and my heart was beating out of my chest, so I just stopped. That's right. I pulled over and stopped my car. They also stopped right beside me. I've always been an anxious person who steered clear of a confrontation, so this surprised even me. My fight or flight kicked in, and I just stopped to fight without even thinking. Yeah, me. A 5-foot, 110-pound female that's basically scared of her own shadow. I think I just had enough and just wanted to know what the fuck this car wanted and why. I then proceeded to do something even more stupid and brazen. I put my window down. Yep, really stupid. I couldn't see them as it was too dark. They sat there, waited a few seconds, which felt like hours, and then their passenger put their window down too. There I was staring at the barrel of a .22 rifle. I absolutely froze in fear. All I thought was, yeah, I'm gonna die. They didn't shoot, obviously, but the male driver and passenger both started screaming at me at the top of their lungs. "What the fuck are you doing?" is all I could decipher out of what they were screaming at me. The driver looked to be in his 50s, the rifle-wielding passenger in his late teens. I figured later when I collected my thoughts that they must have thought I was casing the area, as I must have looked suspicious to them when I tried to lose their car and then circle the block trying to get my friend home safely without them seeing. All I could really do was stutter. I couldn't get out words. I was terrified. Then out of nowhere, they called me a stupid slut and just sped off down the road. I had to kind of just sit there for a few seconds just to collect myself, but I didn't want to stay there too long just in case they came back. After I watched them drive off, I drove home, my eyes teary and almost glued to my rearview mirror. I've never in my life ever been so scared. I never saw them again, but I did report it to the police who took my report, but I never heard anything more about it. If you're driving, especially at night, and you suspect someone's following you, stay calm. Make 3 right turns, and if they're still behind you, they're following you. Drive to the nearest populated area or a police station. Don't panic like I did and stop. And even more importantly, don't be a dumbass like me and put down your window. This really could have been much worse than it was. I'm just lucky I'm still here. Stay safe, everyone, and thanks for listening. The story happened in 2022 when I started the 8th grade, aka high school. And for those of you that are going to say about 8th grade being middle school, well, we don't have middle school in the area that I live in Canada. I'm 14 years old and I'm turning 15 soon, and I'm also a female. So this started in about mid-September when I looked out my bedroom window because I had just woken up that morning to a loud sound of some sort. I saw a car outside, and there were 3 men that looked like they were in their mid-20s that were inside of it, but I thought nothing of it. I do my regular morning routine and go downstairs to eat some breakfast. I went back upstairs to get my stuff for school, and when I looked out my window, that same car was still there. And mind you, I wake up at about 5 a.m. every morning to get ready. At about 7:45 a.m., I walked out the door, and 3 of my friends were waiting for me. We all talk as we're walking to school. I noticed the car following me, but I just shake off the feeling that it's following me. I now get through my first and second block, and then it's lunch. So me and a few friends go to the Tim Hortons to get some lunch. Fast forward to about 2 weeks. Well, that car is still following my friends and I to school, and we all try to walk faster or run a little bit, but the car still doesn't stop following us. So the next day, while all of us are walking to school, that same car pulls up next to us and tries to get the 3 of us to get inside of it, but we all just ignore it and keep walking. We all had our phones in our bags, and I guess they thought that we didn't have phones, and then one of them said to us,
"We can buy each one of you a phone if you just get in."
We keep talking and ignore them. And just so you guys know, on the route that my friends and I used to take, there would be an alleyway, and it was the fastest route to school, so that was the way that we all went to school. We would always enter from the back of the school. It would take us about 15 minutes to get to school, and sometimes 30 minutes if we're trying to get rid of the car that was following us. Well, that same day, my friends and I decided to go to Dairy Queen, and I decided to go with them since I also had money and it was just across the street. We saw the same people from the car inside of the Dairy Queen, But we didn't worry too much since it was pretty much full of people from our school waiting to get their order. We thought that they weren't going to notice us, but they looked straight into our eyes, and we just acted as if we didn't see them. We quickly ordered, got our food, and then left. I told my parents everything that happened, and they said as the four of us were going to walk to school the next day, that they would follow the car to see what they were going to say to us. The car was always trying to get our attention, but this time was one of the worst times. They saw my parents' car behind them, and they knew it was my parents' car. My parents had the windows rolled down just a bit to hear what they were going to say to us. And what do you know? They tried to get me and my friends to get into the car again, but we just ignored them, and they were also catcalling us for some reason, as they had never done that before. Once again, we all went to Dairy Queen again for lunch, and our parents were there this time, and so were the three guys. The guys were talking loudly about some girls, but we didn't know which girls they were talking about. We just quickly got out of there as soon as we got our food. The next day, we actually weren't followed by the car, as we didn't know what my parents had said to them until just last week. My parents said that after all the kids had left the DQ, they threatened the men to leave us alone, and they said if they didn't leave us alone, they would get the police involved. Now my friends and I can finally walk to school in peace without worrying, but we still always check behind us every time just to see if anyone's following us or not. So this happened to me in April of 2020 when everything was on lockdown. I'm a female, and at the time of this story I was 17. So anyway, I decided to do some online shopping since malls were closed down and I wanted to treat myself. I ended up ordering some clothes off Amazon, which only took a few days to arrive. When I saw the Amazon truck pull up to my house, I ran downstairs and went outside to greet the delivery driver. The man handed me the box, and after I said thank you, he said you're welcome. But he had food in his mouth, and he apologized and he said he had just started eating his lunch. This is important for later. After our exchange, I went back inside and tried on my clothes, and I never gave our interaction even a second thought. A few weeks went by, and I was on Facebook Messenger when I suddenly saw I had a request from a man who looked slightly familiar. I just couldn't place where I knew him from. Let's call this guy Tyler. The message said, "Hi, I saw we had some mutual friends. I'm the Amazon driver who had food in his mouth, LOL. You're really beautiful, by the way." I clicked on his profile and I noticed he was 28 and that we didn't actually have any mutual friends, which meant that he looked me up by my name from the package. I replied back, "We do not have any mutual friends. Plus, I have a boyfriend. I'm not interested." After I sent that message, my phone was blowing up with messages from Tyler that then said,
"This can be our little secret. I can give you more, and I can do way more for you than he could, if you know what I mean."
I immediately blocked him, but I was really worried that he would come find me since he knew my address. A few months later, after businesses started opening back up, I began working at a local coffee shop. It had been a slow day, and I was organizing some lids when I heard the door open. I turned around and nearly gasped at who I saw. Tyler was standing there, and it was like he knew I was going to be there. I was the only one at the front, so I hesitantly walked up to take his order. "Hey, beautiful," he says with a grin. I acted like I didn't know who he was in hopes he would give up. I was wrong. After he gave me his order, I had turned around to start working, and he said under his breath, but just loud enough so I could hear, "Damn, just look at that ass." After hearing that pervy comment, I made his drink as quickly as I could and handed it out to him. While reaching for his drink, he said, "Why did you block me, beautiful? Didn't you want me to give you the world?" I replied back, "No thank you. Now have a good day." And as he was walking out, he just turned around and said, "Well, now I know where I can come see you." Not too long after that interaction, I quit working there and I got a completely different job in a nearby town. I just hope I don't see Tyler again. This happened to me around a year ago, and it's stuck with me ever since. I'm a guy, and I was 14 at the time. I wasn't really an outgoing kind of guy, more of an inside kid that just played video games. I had a friend who we can call Ryan. Now that I think of him, he wasn't really a nice kid, and I really don't know why I was ever even friends with him. At the time, I didn't know he lived in my area because we met online. He was very obsessive, as in he would message me 24/7 telling me to get on whenever I was busy or didn't feel like it. At the time, I didn't have many friends, so I really just stuck with this kid. The 2 years we were talking, he would never let me get off. I didn't know his age at the time, but I learned he was 17 turning 18. He would also ask me weird questions, and he would ask me to turn on my camera a lot. I wasn't really comfortable doing that, but I thought that's just what friends do. He would ask to see my legs, and he once asked for a dick pic, but later he said he took too much medicine and it made him act weird. After the 2 years of his genuine verbal abuse and his obsessiveness over me, I made some new friends and started playing with them instead, and then I slowly stopped talking to him. He would message me a lot and he'd ask who I was playing with, and he kept asking to get invited. We played Call of Duty at the time, and these new friends played Minecraft, so it didn't really match up. He also hated that game, so I didn't see any point of inviting him, and I was also beginning to realize he was just a really shitty person. This is where the stalking all starts. I noticed a lot of things, even the most little details. I began to notice a black Honda parking outside my house. Not near, but I've never noticed this car before in my life. It started parking closer to my house, and there was someone inside it, and it looked like he was looking right at our house. I didn't really think much of it until I always noticed someone inside of it. I told my dad all about it, and as he went outside to check, the car just casually drove away. So my parents didn't think too much of it, and they thought I was just seeing things. After this, it was a few days before the incident actually happened. I was playing basketball in front of my yard when I then again see the black Honda. Like an idiot, I wanted to get a closer look, so I started walking around to the front yard to my front door. That's when I then see a man run out of the car and actually try to grab me. Luckily, my dad was around and he saw the whole thing, so he came out with a baseball bat, to which the guy stopped and then ran back to his car and drove off. The most horrifying thing I noticed was the person had the same shirt as Ryan did. I ran back to check my messages, and I had seen a message from him that actually said, "You're a lucky bastard." And I then saw myself blocked. My dad just thought it was a random person, but he called the cops anyways. We ended up finding him, and he got taken in. Turns out he was into me for all of 2 years, and he was planning on kidnapping me from the very beginning. He ended up going to prison for this. I'm now 15, and I changed myself a lot, and I learned a lot of self-defense. I now try to be way more outgoing, and I now stay off the computer. I'm still very scared to ever see Ryan again. I'm going to be an adult by the time he gets out though, so I don't think I'm too worried. I never want to see Ryan ever again. Trigger warning for rape. For some background, I'm a Latina girl from Mexico that moved to South Africa just a few years ago. To give a picture of what I look like, I'm athletic build and I do lots of sports. Most of my life, I've been told that I'm an attractive girl. For context, I was 16 at the time when this happened. I have many scary stories involving creeps and stalkers, but this is the one that gave me PTSD, and I'm still going to therapy to heal. Let's begin. I used to go to this gym that was open 24/7. I'm a nature of habit and someone who hates change. At my gym, there was this guy in his late 20s. We'll call him Tom for the sake of the story. Tom was a friendly guy, especially to the girls. When I first started at that gym, Tom was the first person that introduced himself to me. Tom and I always talked, but I made sure to let him know that I wasn't interested. So I was never flirty, and I never even tried to make a move or give any signals. Tom knew my gym routine, and he also knew whenever I went to the gym. After a while, Tom started getting creepy. One time I couldn't go to the gym as I had a school assignment that I completely forgot about. The next day when I went back to the gym, Tom asked me,
"Hey, gorgeous, where were you yesterday? I missed you."
I was taken aback at this comment, and I told him that I had an assignment to do, so I couldn't come. Tom then smiled weirdly and then said,
"Well, you could have let me know. I was worried sick."
Just so you know, he always has flirted with me, but not ever this upfront. I then just laughed it off awkwardly, and I went to the locker room to change. I went to my first set, which was squats. The way this gym was set up was that all the leg machines were at the back of the gym. I was busy with my second rep when I could feel someone staring at me. I stupidly ignored it and just finished my rep. When I turned around for my water bottle, I saw Tom behind me at the leg press machine just staring at me. I smiled at him, but he just continued to stare. I began to feel uncomfortable, so I went to the arms section, which was at the front of the gym with the cardio machines. When I looked up, I saw Tom again right in front of me at the machines across from me, and it just kept happening. Every machine I went to, Tom followed. Eventually I had enough of it, and I decided to cut my workout short. I went into the locker rooms and entered a stall. It was 9 p.m., and the gym and locker rooms were basically empty as it was a Monday, and most people finished around 8, which is why I stopped getting dressed when I heard another pair of footsteps enter into the locker rooms. The footsteps stopped right in front of my stall. I looked down at the gap under the door, and I saw 2 black Nike shoes. The same exact shoes that Tom was wearing. "Tom?" I said, confused. No reply. I began to get really scared, but suddenly the shoes just walked away. I waited a few minutes before exiting the stall and looking around, but I didn't see anyone there. I gathered up all of my things and I left the gym. When I was walking outside, it was already pretty dark. That's when I then saw a blue Ford pickup right next to me, and Tom rolled down the window.
"Need a ride, cutie?"
"No, thank you. My brother's coming to pick me up," I said. "He's only 3 minutes away," I said, lying through my teeth. I usually walk home after gym since I only live 3 blocks away, and the cardio's good for tight muscles. Tom then said,
"Well, all right. See you tomorrow,"
while giving me a wink. Instead of driving away though, he then pulled into the farthest parking lot. I then saw this and I decided to walk inside the gym and leave through the second entrance. This would extend my walk with about 5 minutes, but I didn't care. I just didn't want to be anywhere near Tom. I always had an off feeling about Tom, but I always thought it was just all in my head. Halfway into my walk home, I saw the headlights of a blue Ford pickup coming up in the distance. It stopped right next to me, and Tom rolled down the windows again.
"Come on, get in. I can't leave you out here."
I was scared because how did he know where to find me? Was he waiting for me? And when I didn't come out, did he come back for me? I politely told him no, and that I prefer to walk. That's when he stopped the truck, climbed out, and started walking towards me. I took a few steps back, seeing that he was angry. He then grabbed me by my arm, opened the back door, and then threw me in. It happened so fast, my brain didn't even have time to process it. He then shut the back door and climbed into the driver's seat. I then screamed at him to fucking let me out, but he ignored me. I tried to grab my phone in my back pocket without him seeing it, but then I remembered that the battery was dead. I started to try and open the door, but the child lock was on. He then started talking.
If you had just got into the damn car when I told you to, I wouldn't have to hurt you. I love you, and I always have. I've been watching you since the day I first saw you. I've just been waiting for the right time to get you. And now you're finally mine. We can now spend the rest of our lives loving each other. I know you love me. You just don't know it yet.
I was literally beginning to shit bricks. Hearing this crazy man talking this kind of crap and going to these great lengths to get me, I just knew I had to live in his fantasy to escape. I was really into criminology at the time, and I was reading books on the minds and behavior of sociopaths. From my knowledge, I knew I had to stay calm and just play along. That's when I said, "I'm so happy that you finally realized that I love you too, baby. And I'd love to start a life with you. I'll love you forever, but my mom is expecting me home soon. If it's okay with you, I would just like to go home and pack my stuff. I don't have any other clothes with me, so we can't really start a new life yet. Take me home so that I can pack and then we can run away together. Just you and me." I was playing along into his little fantasy while simultaneously praying that he believed me. He then looked back at me and said,
Wait, really? You'd do that for me?
"Yes, of course, baby," I replied. "Just take me home, okay?" He then nodded and he turned the car around in the direction of my house, which scared the living hell out of me because this man has never even been to my house. Well, that I know of. We pulled up to my house and I got out, closing the door and smiling at him. I wanted to run away, but I knew that I had to keep my cover. He then got out of the car and he went up to me, kissing me on the lips. I wanted to cry. I wanted to slap him, but I froze up. He then let me walk to my door, which I opened so fast and then locked it. I then completely broke down, telling my parents everything. My dad was furious, and that same night we went to the police station. I don't want to get into details, but the police did nothing. I ended up swapping gyms, which didn't really help. And I don't really want to get into it, as I'm still not 100% ready to talk about this part. When I am ready, I'll write a separate story on it. Justice eventually happened, but only after one night when that sorry son of a bitch raped me. He was eventually sentenced, though, to 15 years behind bars. I never knew that one night could lead to a whole year of stalking and terrorizing me, just for everything to finally be taken seriously when I was raped. Tom, I hope you get the fucking hell that you deserve in jail. And to everyone else, please stay safe out there and pay attention to the red flags. A few months ago, I flew out to California to visit my girlfriend over spring break from college. Due to my girlfriend's living situation at the time, I had to get a motel to stay in while I was visiting. It was really run down and kind of crappy looking. As a small female, I was a little nervous to be staying there alone. My girlfriend was unable to stay with me, but I got a room on the second floor away from most of the foot and car traffic, and the motel was on the side of a really busy road. I figured if something were to happen, I could find someone to help. Most of my nights there were fine, nothing out of the ordinary. On my second to last night, though, something creepy happened. I awoke around 2 a.m. to someone yelling for help. Having been jolted from sleep, it took me a few minutes to realize the gravity of what I had heard. I sat up and listened, and then I heard it again. A feminine-sounding voice was calling for help. As I listened some more, I heard them calling out that they wanted to go home and that they were being hurt. I started to pace my room as I contemplated what to do. I was scared to get involved, and for a second, I thought that if I was really hearing it, someone else would surely be hearing it too, and that maybe someone else would call for help. I remembered what I had read about the bystander effect, and how someone is less likely to do something if others are around, and I decided that I couldn't just ignore what was happening in hopes that someone else would help. I picked up my phone and called the police, explaining where I was and what I had heard to the dispatcher. They asked me where the calls were coming from, but I couldn't give an exact answer. All of the walls of the motel were really thin, so it was hard to figure out where it was coming from. The dispatcher took my name and they said they would send out an officer to look around. After I hung up, the calls continued for a while, with shouts of help and wanting to go home. Around 20 minutes after I hung up with the police, the shouting quieted. Around 30 minutes, I had finally heard the beep of a police siren. I laid awake trying to hear if anything was going on, but everything was quiet, and eventually, I fell asleep. I never did hear if anything ever came of my call, or if there was ever anyone who could have been the voice that I heard. Thinking back to the experience, I wish I would have called the police sooner. Maybe if I had, they would have gotten there before the yelling quieted down. Maybe it would have made a difference. All I can hope for today is that whoever I heard that night was able to get away and that they're doing okay now. I really hope they're safe. This happened a few weeks ago. For some context, I'm a 19-year-old female, and I work at the Marriott Subsidiarity Hotel along the I-80 corridor. I live about 30 minutes away from the hotel, so I have to commute. My work shift starts at 7 a.m. I work by myself mostly. I have high guest contact, so I'm used to difficult and combative guests, but this encounter has left me very freaked out and constantly watching my back. Anyways, it was midsummer and extremely busy. I was keeping up and had no complaints. Breakfast was close to being over, and a man had come back to the kitchen. Normally, guests stop at the door and talk to me, but this guy walked completely in the kitchen and approached me. I was uncomfortable, and I started slowly walking back to the other door in the kitchen. I asked, "Sir, is there something I can help you with?" He just stared at me and said,
"After breakfast, I'll be in the breakfast area. Join me."
His voice was sharp and raised slightly. He then turned and walked away. At this point, I was panicking and totally freaking out. I knew I had to calm myself down and go to the break room and get my manager. I waited a few minutes, grabbed an empty box to make it seem unrelated to the man, and went to the break room. I was panicking internally. Once I reached the office, I had dropped the box and quickly told my manager what was going on. She had me point out who it was to her, as she went to confront him. After a brief conversation with him, she came back and called the police. She said that I could go home if I wanted to, and I left. I was so scared and I just wanted to go home. I learned what happened after I left the hotel when I got to work the very next day. Here's what I learned. When my manager went to talk to the man, he said that he just really wanted to talk to me and maybe go out to dinner. Mind you, this man had to be in his 40s. She asked him what room he was in, and then he simply said that he wasn't even staying there. This gave my manager a bad feeling, so she sent me home while the police were on their way. He didn't resist being put into handcuffs or talking to the police. He even told them everything he had planned to do with me. I'll tell you of some of what he said. He said that he had planned to take me to Applebee's, and then asked for me to join him in his truck for a rendezvous. When the cops asked for clarification, he actually said that he was going to drug me, put me in his truck, tie me up, and then rape me and keep me for company. When they asked him how he settled on me, all he said was,
"I saw her in Walmart, and I watched her go pick up some things, and I'd seen her at the hotel the next day and decided to meet her."
This was enough to arrest him. I have no idea what they charged him on or how long they could hold him for. The cops took mine and my manager's statement and left. I haven't heard anything for weeks, and I've started trying to push it out of my mind. Please be mindful of your surroundings. Thanks to my manager and the cops, nothing happened or has happened. I don't want to think about what would have. I really hope that man gets the help he needs. I'm a female, and I was around 13 years old when this happened. I'm now 21. The story involves my sister, who's the same age as me, and my younger cousin. I'll call them A and B. A for my sister, and B for my cousin. But here's the story. I forget why, but we were staying in a hotel with my dad and his girlfriend at the time. A, B, and I were bored just sitting in the hotel room, so we decided to go on a walk and play some Pokemon Go. As we were playing, I noticed that it was getting dark, so I told A and B to call it quits and head back. As I said this, I noticed a guy standing in the parking lot of a store that we were next to, just staring at us. I quietly hinted this to A and B, so we got up and started walking back to the hotel. As we were walking, we kind of forgot about him for a little bit, until we looked back and then saw that he was following us. B had started to freak out a little, as she was way younger than us, but we just pulled her along. Something to note is A never took no crap from anyone, and she wasn't afraid of the situation from what I could tell. She was really mad that this creep was following us, so she kept looking back and made us walk faster. This guy had actually followed us all the way back to the hotel at a slow pace. So we then walked to the lobby of the hotel, and then stopped and just stared at the doors, just to see if this man would actually walk into the lobby, and that really pissed off A. A then turned around and started to yell at him. "Hey, what the hell do you want? Why are you following us?" The lady at the lobby counter was just staring. Then this man just looked us up and down, looked at the other people in the lobby, and then turned around and walked out of the hotel, to which we never did see him again after that. It might not seem that big of a deal, but it was really creepy for us girls. We freaked the hell out and then ran to our hotel room. I have no idea why he followed us all the way back to the hotel, but I'm so glad my sister isn't afraid to stand up for herself, because who knows what would have happened. I'm sure you could be thinking that this guy was probably just staying at the hotel too, but if he was, why would he just turn around after getting called out for following us and never come back? This encounter just happened under an hour ago, and I'm still shaken up. My family and I are on a short vacation, and we're staying in a hotel for a couple of days. We're staying in a city type of place, so a lot of small shops and places to eat are nearby. We were going to eat dinner at the hotel grill, but we ended up going to a pub after waiting 2 hours for terrible food and service. After we paid the bill, we thought everything was great until we left the pub. It was dark outside, and I was the first one out the door, my sisters and mother behind me. There was a homeless man that just seemed to appear out of nowhere right in front of me when I turned away from the pub doors. He was desperately asking my sister and I for change. We both didn't know what to say. We turned to our mother, and she told the man that we didn't have anything. He didn't really seem satisfied with my mother's answer, but he responded simply with an,
"Oh, well, okay."
And we thought everything was all right, until we noticed that he quickly started to follow us. Our mom grabbed my two sisters' hands tightly and asked us to walk faster. We all quickened our pace, starting to panic. I could feel my heart racing. The man had also started to catch up to us. Our mother told us to stay up front and gave me my younger sister's hand while she went slightly behind to get ready to fight. We were all still in shock, and I couldn't speak. We were almost running until 3 more homeless guys were up ahead in front of us. They just seemed to again appear and disappear just like that. They were approaching us too, and with the guy behind us, our mom yelled for us to cross the road. It felt like all these men were closing in on us. Booking it through the busy street, I look back and the original guy is still following us. I told my mom this, and she didn't believe me at first, until the dude was eyeing us across the street and still kept up his pace. We eventually ran and finally made it to the hotel. I was terrified, and I was the first one to make it back to our room. We all calmed down, and I even checked to see if the homeless guy was still outside. He was walking in front of the convenience store across the road and still kept looking at the hotel. He eventually sat down in front of one of the stores and just glared at the hotel. He's still there, and this is an ongoing situation. I really doubt we'll see him in the morning, but I really hope that we don't see him again at all. Please be careful when walking out at night, especially in urban areas. I've had my fair share of scary and just plain weird experiences as someone who has worked in both the hotel industry and in the hospital's ER. I feel like I'm fairly equipped as a person to keep my brain from melting down in scenarios where I should be absolutely freaking out. Of the many frightening stories I have, this is the one that has always shaken me up the most. I worked at a popular hotel chain from when I was 18 to when I was 20. I worked at the front desk, and at the time of this story, I was the primary evening shift attendant from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. However, I would sometimes cover nights, which was 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. At the time of this story, I was a 19-year-old girl working alone in a hotel during the night shift. There were no other hotel employees in the building, just me. This particular brand of the hotel chain was cheaper, not as luxurious or even as well regarded as some of the other brands in the chain. We were also situated right off the highway, so we got a lot of walk-ins and drug addicts and other strange people on a regular basis. Although this is true of any hotel, not just the cheaper ones. We had a couple and their baby walk in at about 12 a.m. to see if we had a room, and since it was fall and the busy season was just wrapping up, we did. They seemed nice, like a regular normal young couple. Again, I saw weird people every day, so maybe my radar for this sort of thing was skewed. I'm doing my thing during my shift, beginning the audit process, cleaning up around the lobby and watching Netflix on my phone, when I get a call to the desk around 1 a.m. It's one of the rooms on the second floor complaining about a noise complaint, saying that someone's down the hall making a ruckus, and if I could please tell them to stop. I ask if they know what room it is, but they don't. Now, I'm not allowed to leave my desk for any reason, as if someone calls or comes into the hotel, there would be no one there, and the safe is located up front. I tell the guest to call back if the noise continues. About 10 minutes later, they call back and they tell me to call the police because they can hear more clearly and there is arguing. I ask them their room number and immediately go into crisis mode. I take the stairs up where the guest is calling from on the second floor, and I can hear the screaming before I even get up one flight of stairs. I can't even really describe it. It sounded like someone was being murdered from the blood-curdling way she was screaming. I'm a 5'5", 19-year-old girl, so I immediately get 911 on the phone. The protocol in this situation is to call my manager first to get her permission for an emergency call. But fuck it, you know? I peek my head through the doorway, and I look down the hallway, and I see the man from the young couple from earlier, and he's just beating the absolute shit out of his girlfriend. She's holding their baby, just screaming and crying in the middle of the hallway. Meanwhile, I'm telling the operator as much as I can, and I have to somehow find the courage to try and break up this situation. Every instinct in me tells me to just go back downstairs and barricade myself in the manager's office and get myself out of danger. But I'm seriously frightened this man is either going to kill this woman or their baby. I put on my bravest, loudest, strongest voice and shout down the hallway. I don't even know what I said, but it probably wasn't even real words. They both look at me, and my blood runs just absolutely cold. I yell to the woman, and I ask her, "Ma'am, are you okay?" Clearly she isn't. Her face is just red and black and bleeding, and she still sobs screaming, and their newborn baby is wailing. She doesn't even answer. She just scrambles up from the wall and just runs to me. The guy just stands there, standing right there in the hall looking at us, just dumbstruck. I lead her down to the front desk and I have her join me behind the desk. I tell her that I have the police on the phone and the operator asked to speak to her if possible. So I hold her baby and she's sobbing on the phone about her boyfriend and about how he's trying to kill her. She's providing the details about her boyfriend when I hear banging from the staircase and I just fucking know. I'm outright shaking at this point, but I hand her baby back as this guy bursts out of the stairway just fucking fuming about his girlfriend. It's like I'm not even there and he can't even see me. He's just pinpointed on her. I'm fairly convinced that tonight is the night that I'm going to die. I don't even realize it, but I'm crying now too. Out of shock or just as a reaction, or maybe anger, I don't know. I put myself between him and his girl, and I tell him that he needs to leave the premises now. He clearly doesn't listen to that. I take the rolling chair that I'd been sitting on and I use it as a barricade between the door to the front desk and us. That's when I see he has a fucking knife. This is when it starts to get a little hazy for me. I can only remember in clarity how hard my heart was beating, my ears ringing, just the sheer terror I was feeling when I see this guy coming at us and his baby. I don't particularly remember how it worked, but I remember throwing the rolling chair at him while screaming something that was meant to be like, "Get the fuck away from us!" but probably wasn't anything like that. I take this girl by her arm and I'm dragging her with me. I practically throw her and the baby in the nearby boiler room, and then I throw myself in afterwards and close the door. It's a small, durable room, and the only room in the hotel where the door is made out of solid metal. It locks immediately, and I don't even turn on the lights. We're sitting there crouched together in this dark room. I brace myself against the door as he just starts to pound on it with his whole body, like I'm going to have any notable effect against this guy. I can hear the operator asking for us from where the girl dropped my phone somewhere on the ground, the light barely illuminating the both of us. We're both just crying and breathing and shaking. She's trying to comfort her baby, and for some reason, I decide to take off the jacket I'm wearing and offer it to her for her face, like that's the most important thing in the moment. Thankfully, our location on the highway meant that officers were there fairly quickly. They arrest the guy without problem, and we get ourselves out of the boiler room. The paramedics come and check her out and take her to the nearby hospital. They then tell me to come with them as well. I had a cut on my arm through the jacket from the knife, and I don't even fucking know when or where or how I got it. Like I genuinely have no memory of it. It didn't even hurt. Thankfully it's just shallow and didn't even scar, but I for some reason refuse because I have to finish my shift. I got my phone back and I call my manager. By now several guests have flocked to the lobby to chatter amongst themselves at the commotion. One of them tells me, "I heard them fighting, but I didn't want to get out of bed." My manager comes to the hotel and tells me to go to the hospital and to then go home. I ended up sitting in the ER with the lady, and I spent most of that morning as her guest, looking after her baby as she was treated in the ER for a multitude of injuries. She was released around 9 a.m. that morning, and she thanked me profusely. I don't even think I ever learned her name. I don't know where she went after that or if she's even okay, or what happened to her hopefully ex-boyfriend. I don't even know if he went to jail. They don't tell you that sort of thing. I took the next week off of work, and I was never able to work the night shift again. It was just way too scary being in that place alone with no one to back me up. I really hope she's okay. I hope she's doing all right, and I really hope her kid is all right too. I hope she's healed and grown past what was obviously a very traumatic time in her life. I don't know the answers, and I don't think I'll ever know, but that's how life is sometimes. I think about her all the time, even though it's been years. It's just so sad knowing that this is something common that happens all of the time, all around the world. I know it easily could have ended so badly for her and for me, and I'm just so grateful that it didn't. When I was 17, I got my first boyfriend named Alex. I'm a female for reference. I used to hang out with him every Friday and often on Saturdays too. His parents were super chill. They'd often work weekends and he'd have the house all to himself. Sometimes his parents would be gone overnight, much to my delight. My parents knew I was staying over and they didn't mind, but they would never let him stay overnight at our house. I guess they didn't want certain activity going down under their roof, which I understand. One Friday night, we had Alex's house to ourselves. Alex ordered a pizza for us, and we were cuddling on the couch. The whole day he'd been super flirty with me, and I was so happy to finally be with him. We waited over an hour, and our pizza never arrived. I was really starving, so Alex called the pizza place and had asked about our order. The person apologized and they said the driver was on his way and apologized again for any inconvenience. Alex got on the couch with me and we both kind of whined about the late pizza. It finally arrived 2 hours later at this point. I was well and truly hangry by this point. Alex answered the door and I had heard some commotion. I went into the hallway and I could hear Alex saying something about not giving someone a tip after they were rude. I locked eyes with the pizza guy at the door, and something about his appearance just really unnerved me. He looked to be in his later 20s, and he was scruffy. His demeanor changed from aggressive to surprised when he saw me, but Alex didn't seem to notice. He just said, "Thanks for the food," before shutting the door. I'd asked what happened, and Alex told me that the pizza guy had dropped the bag with our pizza and drinks in it right on the ground. He then tutted when Alex picked it up and just kept glaring at him. Alex paid him, but then the guy started demanding a tip. That was when Alex said no, and he told him he was rude and didn't deserve one, before then thanking him for the pizza and shutting the door. I told Alex that the guy was looking at me and just seemed really creepy, but Alex just told me not to worry. We ate in the kitchen, and honestly, it eventually left our minds rather quickly. After we had dinner, we went into his room, and we were planning on being intimate. We were kissing, and I had then told Alex to make sure that he'd locked the front door. He assured me that he had, and I took his word for it. We were still kissing when I had heard a car noise from outside. I pulled away, and I had started freaking out just in case it was Alex's parents. I didn't want them coming back and walking in on us. Alex went to the window, but said that nothing was out there. Well, it felt like every time things were about to escalate, we would hear a weird noise that forced us apart. A second interruption occurred, and it sounded like someone was kicking gravel or stones outside Alex's window. We both had heard it, and again, Alex checked out the window and saw nothing. A third interruption was bright car lights shining in the window. This time we both looked outside, but by the time we got there, we couldn't see anything. When the fourth interruption happened, I actually groaned in frustration. I was so sexually frustrated it was almost painful. I got up and I threw Alex's t-shirt on because it was long on me, and then stormed downstairs. Alex followed me, but I ignored him. It sounded like someone had pounded on the front door. I went straight to it, unlocking it and opening it. To my horror, it was the pizza guy from before, and he was standing away from the front door. He was standing in the driveway, just staring at me. It was like he had pounded on the door and then stepped backwards. Alex came behind me, and when he saw the pizza guy, he then gently nudged past me. He started yelling at the pizza guy, then asking him what the fuck he was doing and why he was still there. The guy just stood there staring at me. I could feel his eyes running up and down my bare legs, and I suddenly felt really uncomfortable. Alex noticed, and his anger then grew. He told the pizza guy that he was calling the cops and that he better get the fuck off his property or there'd be trouble. The guy just continued to stand there, and that's when I had an idea. I then told Alex to go get his dad's gun. And the second I said that, the guy snapped and then suddenly took off running along the street. We witnessed him getting into his car and then speed off. Alex's dad didn't actually have a gun, but my quick thinking worked. Alex slammed the door shut and we made sure everything was locked. Then we called the police and Alex's parents. When the police came, they were utterly useless. They told us they'd speak to the restaurant as well as the dude himself, but that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. Alex's parents were on a weekend trip, and they wanted to come back there and then, but Alex persuaded them to wait until the morning. They insisted on cutting their trip short, so they were back the next morning. As you can imagine, that night the intimate mood was completely ruined, and Alex and I stayed up for a long time. I managed to doze off, but I don't think Alex did, because when I woke up, he looked exhausted. He assured me that he'd slept a little bit, but I think he lied just to spare me worrying about him. We found out that the pizza guy was fired, but that was the last we heard. We never ordered a pizza from that place ever again after that. Alex would cook food for me or we'd cook something together. We were convinced that the pizza guy was going to come back. It might sound extreme, but we really wondered if he was bothering other customers, and that was why he was late delivering our food to us. We'll never know for sure, but I'm just so glad Alex locked the front door. If he hadn't, maybe that creep would have came in and done God knows what to us. I wonder if he was messing with us out of range, or maybe he was just a pervert trying to creep on two teenagers. Either way, I'm glad me and Alex protected each other that night. It's been years, and I still sometimes think about it. Alex is no longer in my life, as we broke up a long time ago, but I'll never forget that night as long as I live. I'm so glad we made it out unscathed. I'm a 22-year-old woman who currently lives with my family along with my current partner. I'm going to be keeping his name anonymous for privacy reasons. I had just come home late from work, and it was about midnight when I had gotten home, and my family was asleep, and my boyfriend was still awake waiting for me. After getting out of my work clothes and into my PJs, him and I were relaxing with our cat. She had started crying about wanting to go outside, but I couldn't let her out the backyard door since I had heard some dogs outside. And it was about 2 a.m., and she just kept meowing and pawing at the door. I decided to let her out the front door instead. She's an indoor and an outdoor cat, and she only goes outside a few times a week. She mostly likes to socialize with other cats or just roam around. I had opened the front door and walked out with her for a brief minute. As she walked off, I had noticed she was staring out at the street behind our cars out of the neighboring street. She kept walking, but then bolted the other way. I suddenly heard grunting, and I saw the figure of a man whom I didn't know. He looked dirty with messy hair, and he just wore a pair of jeans and a brown jacket. I saw him approach the door, and without saying anything, I just backed away from facing him. As I went to the door, I noticed he walked a little bit faster towards me in the doorway. I got inside just in time, and I locked the door, and I then heard what I imagined was him trying to open the door. The doorknob wiggled, and then it went quiet, but I had still heard some shuffling from outside. Luckily, I had my phone on me, so I had texted my boyfriend telling him what was going on, and I then called my mom waking her up, because I wasn't sure if her window was open that night, since her room is at the front of the house. Now, this was way before we had any guns in the house, as well as it happening one night that my father was out of town for a warm project. After my mom woke up, she came out into the living room, and since we were both there, we felt it was safe to check the window that could see out to the front door. The guy was still there, and my mom jumped back away from the window, as I guess she had made eye contact with him, and we then saw his silhouette at the window as he was trying to look into the house. He still wasn't saying anything, just mumbling and pacing around our door. My boyfriend came out as well with whatever he could use as a weapon just in case it was needed. My mom called the cops explaining what I had told her, as well as what she had just experienced. He was still trying to see into the house. The cops then said they were sending out a patrol car to us. By the time the cops had gotten to our house though, the guy had managed to leave without making a sound. The cops showed up and I gave them a full description of the man and what I could remember. And they decided to drive around a bit to see if they could find him down the street anywhere, or even maybe hiding around the outer areas of the house. But it was all clear. Thankfully, there were no other issues or things going on that night, nor did the man ever come back. I know this may not be that scary to a lot of you, but it was for me, and I have my cat to thank for that because I don't think I would have even realized that there was a person since it was so dark, and I didn't see him before or become aware of him until I was headed back into the house. All I can say is stay safe out there and just try to be aware of your surroundings. We've also gotten a new litter box and toys so my cat doesn't feel the need to go out as much, and I think it's just much safer that way. My mom works at a grocery store here in the southeastern United States, and this took place last month on Halloween. Now, my mom has really sensitive hearing, and any loud noises cause her to jump, and if enough happen or if it's loud enough, she'll have a panic attack. So she was working at a little treat stand at the entrance to the store, and her friend was blowing up some balloons for these kids who wanted to dress up as Luigi, Princess Peach, and Princess Daisy in their carts from Mario Kart. He blew up 3 with no problem, but the 4th, 7th, and 9th balloons all popped. Really loudly too because they had a ton of helium in them, scaring the absolute hell out of my mom. She was panicking internally, but the guy finished up the balloons not long after, and him and the 3 kids and their mom came to my mom's side. She just laughed and said, "Jesus Christ, Jackson, what are you trying to do? Kill me by fright?" That would work well on Halloween. I mean, nobody would ever suspect you. Jackson laughed along and said, "Yeah, sorry, Lisa. You really should invest in some earplugs, though." To which my mom called him in a fake haughty tone as he walked back to his department. "Screw that! They'd clash with my costume." She was dressed in the dress that Belle wears in the beginning of Beauty and the Beast, the blue and white dress when she goes to town. Around 6:45 p.m. it was slow, so Mom took out her phone and called my dad, Cody. The conversation went like this.
"Hey honey, how's your Halloween?"
"Not so great, Cody love. It's boring as hell. How's Violet?"
"Oh, she's good. She's answered the door since trick-or-treating started. 7:15 p.m. is quitting time, right?"
"Yum, don't be late. I don't want to be out in the open for Jason or Freddy Krueger to kill me." Dad said he would, and they hung up with a goodbye, and Mom got back to work. At about 7 p.m., my mom was waiting for someone to help take her down the stand, when a 30-something black man walks in with no shirt on, no sandals, no shoes, and is wearing a pair of dirty swimming trunks, and his dreadlock hair looked messy and not washed. Mom said something that was really off, as he was almost dancing to unheard music of some kind. She described it as a mix between pop and lock dancing, and a person doing a really bad waltz. I know, weird and nutty, right? The guy walks up to my mom and starts making some weird comments about random stuff. My mom let him prattle on until he then asked,
"Damn, girl, you single?"
My mom fought the urge to roll her eyes at this weirdo brazenly trying to flirt with her, and replied, "I'm married, and my husband, who's a CEO, mind you, wouldn't like the fact that you're trying to look at a married woman, dude. I'm way out of your league, so piss off." The guy laughed loudly as if she had told him a super funny joke, and then said,
"Oh, come on, girl. Don't be so cruel like that. You know he'll never give you what I can give you."
To which my mom thought, "Yeah, and what's that? 5 different types of STDs?" But instead, she gave the manager on duty, Luke, a help look while saying, "Hey, Luke, can you come over here and help me? I gotta break this stand down to put it in the back room." Luke walked over, and the man and his friend, which, yeah, he had a male friend with him, but the dummy didn't stop his bro from cocking off to a married woman. But anyways, they walked off, but not before the black guy whispered to her,
I'll take you away when you leave. I'll abduct you and make you my sex slave. See you soon, girl.
Now, as one would expect, my mom was freaked. She told Luke all about it, and he had another bigger guy named Jace escort my mom to the break room to punch out. On the way, my mom and Jace had heard the guy had left the store, but not before snorting a puff from an Airwick aerosol can and then putting it back on the shelf. So now if and when the police ever arrest him, he can add shoplifting to the list of charges he'll answer for. After Mom punched out, Dad had texted her from the parking lot, saying that he and I were there to pick her up. She was scared to come outside. What if the guy was out there? What if he jumped her? What if he was armed with a blade or something? She had a cop that was leaving the store escort her out after telling him what happened, and then claiming that she didn't feel safe. When Dad pulled up, he had saw Mom walking out with the cop beside her and had asked, "What the hell happened? Is she all right?" The cop told us Mom was fine and stayed close until Mom was in the car and buckled in. While we drove home, Mom told us the entire thing. There was silence until I stuttered out What the heck? Did he hurt you, Mom?" "No, he didn't. I'm just glad I got 2 days off so I can rest and forget about this horrible night." Dad looked at her when he came to a red light and then said, "Are you shook up?" Which my mom replied to with a nearly breathless, "Yeah, very." After getting home, we had a light dinner and we all went to bed. Dad told me later that Mom had broke down crying in his arms in bed and just kept repeating, "How could I be so stupid? I really thought I was going to die." He said that she actually passed out from crying around 3 a.m., but that he had held her all night to make her feel better. There's a bit of a silver lining to this story, though. Mr. Possible Sex Trafficker was actually caught 25 minutes before Dad and I picked up Mom, and he was arrested, so thank glory for that. But I still want to say, to the man and his buddy that didn't tell him to stop being a creep to my mom on Halloween night, you guys got off light getting arrested. If my dad had found you, you'd be busted up so badly that no high can numb the pain. Don't ever come near my mom ever again. This happened when I was 23 years old, and I was still with my ex-baby daddy. Sad to say, we were bad off on oxys. Our son was only 1 year old, and to be honest, we didn't deserve him. At this point in time, my ex was robbing and lying, basically doing whatever to keep us well. Our addiction got worse, and so did our moves. This one evening, my ex had told me about his old dealer's house who lived about 20 minutes away from us and insisted that they weren't home. In our foggy minds, we drove there. But to our surprise, they were home. All 3 men. My ex made up some lame excuse on why we were there. Now, before you judge, I'm not proud of this, but my son was with us. After forever talking, I see my ex go in the back with his friend and then come back out with a smile. At that point, my ex pulls me to the side and he says he's got to go run some errands and will be back soon. Little did I know my part in this adventure was a lot worse than I thought. I sat and chatted with the men for quite a while before taking the one guy I knew best to the side, and I asked why my ex had left. His explanation was easy enough. He had gave my ex some pills to deliver and then bring back the money. And the most chilling part he said was,
"Oh, and he left you and your son as collateral."
My heart dropped because I knew how my ex was. He had definitely chose the drugs over us. And as a 1-year-old child, I think you all know how they love to just walk around. Well, my son had aimlessly walked into one of the men's rooms, and to my surprise, he had a sea of oxys laying out. Now, as an addict, I wanted to grab the whole pile for myself. As being held collateral, I knew that it had to be a trap. As time jumped from 1 to 2 and eventually 3, we all knew that my ex wasn't coming back to rescue us. When the clock hit 2 a.m., they wanted me to call him to see where he was at, which the son of a bitch never answered. My ex had the phone, and I had begged the main guy to please let me and my son go, saying that we didn't have anything to do with his plan. As he then contemplated, I knew that he knew that I saw his guns, mainly Glocks, laying around. I took my son in the bathroom, and then we prayed like never before, or at least I did. In just a few minutes, he offered to have one of his friends run us home. I couldn't have been more relieved. To be honest, my ex never came back until about 2 days later. Unfortunately, these things got worse, and my mother ended up taking custody of our son. But there unfortunately was a happy ending for me and my son. I split from my ex, and to this day I've been clean. Please, people, recognize the signs of a narcissist, and always take care of yours and yours alone. For some context, I'm a 24-year-old female who had just moved into a new apartment with her boyfriend. We live in the north of Italy in a quiet and wealthy neighborhood. I think it's the nicest zone of the city, or at least I thought. My boyfriend is a barman, and he works not so far away from our apartment. For about a month, he had no car, so when he finished his work, usually at around midnight to 2 a.m., he would come home by foot, bike, or his boss would give him a ride. Yesterday, he had no lift after work, and since he had been sick the previous night, I told him that I would go pick him up. It wasn't the first time I had done this, and I'm not afraid to go out late at night, even if our city is pitch black, because after midnight all the city lights are all turned off, including the streets, squares, parking lots, etc. It's a municipal rule since the high price of electricity in these late months. This time though, something inside me told me to not go outside this late alone. But being the lovely girlfriend that I am, I ignored the weird feeling and I decided to go anyway. I really should have listened to my gut. As soon as my boyfriend called me, I put on my boots, which are entirely covered with studs, and I went out our door. After the hallway, there's a glass door, and near it is a button that makes you open the outside gate from the inside. I opened the glass door, and while it was closing right behind me, I had spotted a man's head peeking behind a wall near my parked car. I was able to see him because our building has its own light at the exit which doesn't turn off at night. As soon as we made eye contact, he then hid behind the wall. My blood went cold. It was pitch black late at night, with the main door behind me closed and the gate in front of me wide open. If I wanted to go back inside, I would have to have my back turned to the man. And God knows what would have happened if I had gave my back to the creepy dude. I had no other choice but to run to my car, hoping that he was gone. I checked what boots I was wearing, and realizing that I had studs all over my shoes made me feel a little more comfortable. I squeezed my car keys in my hand, turned on my phone's flashlight, and I took little steps out of the gate, and I then slammed it as loud as I could in order to scare the creepy man if he was still around. I then ran to my car, jumped inside of it, locked the doors as fast as I could, and then sped away. I haven't seen that same man again, but the next day on the local news, I read that a girl was robbed of her purse at the same time that I went out. It happened in a street right near my home, and other people also spotted the sketchy man walking around the city at night. I'm really glad I was able to see him and made him run away. I can't even imagine what would have happened to me if I didn't have that light in my own building. I really feel lucky, but the fear I felt in that moment will stick with me for a long time. Please, everyone, be safe out there.